Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Burp. You know what's another good fucking GX era game? Though the hero cards in that game are kind of the most broken because you can get Shining Flare Wingman pretty fucking fast in that game. If you worked hard enough, you can get Shining Flare Wingman in that game. And he was kind of one of the most broken cards in the fucking game. And they didn't use things like Snatch Steal at the time. It was a little bit more awkward, but it also tried to play into the story. You would just kind of like pick a spot on the map and walk towards it, then you would go, and then there might be something there. But it tried to keep up with the story. Like, it even added things that this one doesn't add, which is fighting, like, characters, like, background characters that were from, like, a certain point. Welcome, Ghost Harris. Welcome in. I just will say that I am in excruciating pain right now, so if I make any subtle, like, pain noises, I slept weird, because I've been having a lot of sleep issues, and apparently I twisted my neck, which caused me to twist my back, and so, my back hurts. Pain? Oh my god, the Gaga God, dude. But that's not all. My Gaga magician has another effect. Oh. Just, dude, that fucking anime made me fucking absolutely just want to obliterate myself. The amount of times I had to hear, like, Gaga in that fucking term. I just want this to be so fucking for real right now. I literally but every time it happens, I'm just like, goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Ever since I found that meme with that. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Like, there was, like, Gaga Magician is such a funny, like, bro, I swear to God, bro, I do this thing when I'm forgetting what I'm supposed to be doing. I'll do this thing where I'll, like, type 2 letters into, like, a search bar and just keep doing that over and over again until I remember what the fuck I was trying to search. I bet that's what happened. He was trying to come up with a magician name, and he started with GA, but kind of lost his brain cells for a second, just forgot about what he was trying to, what he was gonna put. And then it just went ga ga ga. And he's like, that kind of sounds pretty dope, actually. So they just put ga ga ga. Magician, ga 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 girl, and like shit like that. And it just sounds so fucking stupid. Just, it's so funny to me. I don't know what it is about, like, the Gaga cards that are just so funny to me. It's just that, I mean, dude, we have so many, like, what was it, like, the fusion summon of, like, the fucking bombastic bird of, like, bombardment or something like that? I don't think that's its actual name, but I'm pretty sure anybody knows what I'm talking about. We have so many ridiculously long card names. What was it? What was the fucking card? I'm trying to see. Ah, here it is. Yeah. Blaze Phoenix, the burning bombardment bird. Bro, imagine being in the anime. Like, could you imagine, like, that card existed? I would totally use that just because I know it's such an anime thing to do. You know? It'd just be so fucking funny. Just checking my mic. I want to make sure it didn't break again. I'd be like, now I fuse one of my machine monsters and a pyro-type monster. Using polymerization. To fusion summon. Blaze Phoenix, the burning bombardment bird. Just like... What? Heraldic Sun Dragon Overlord of Hilipolosis. I want to find any card that just has, like, an absurdly long name. Interplanetary plurally... Somebody made a fucking name! Oh my god. Please tell me that's not a real card, because I really hope it's not.
Oh, banana.
I really hope it's not a real name, but it would be funny, though. Like, DDD, Super Dimensional, Somebody or Empire, Zero Paradox. Like, there are just things, like, just so many... This one's, like, it's called... I hope to God this is fake, but it would be fun. I can see it being real. But, like, Interplanetary... Pearly... Thorny Dragon. That would be so fucking funny if that was a real card. I'd be like, what? That's a real one? Like, sometimes you could make up a name, and it might just be... You might just trick somebody to think it's a real Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like the Goo Goo Gaga Magician. Goo Goo Gaga. Goo Goo Gaga. I summoned Goo Goo Gaga Magician. You're like, what the fuck? What fucking shit is this? And then he just gets to the field, like how they always have like a noise when they enter the battlefield. He's just like, goo goo gaga. You're like, what? What is happening? DDD, Super Doom King, Purple Armageddon. Super Anti-Kaiju War Machine Mecha Dagaron. Oh yeah, that was a card, wasn't it? That was supposed to be based off, like, Godzilla, like, enemies. Like, or, like, Godzilla's, like, threats. Like, that was supposed to be, like, the mecha version of, like, that one dragon with, like, multiple heads. Super Anti-Kaiju War Machine Mecha Thunder King. God damn. Super Chimera Tech, Overloaded Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the Eternal Damnation. Please tell me somebody made that up. Please tell me that's just a made-up card. Okay, I think it is. I think somebody just made that the fuck up. Because there's no way this exists. Because the fusion requirements would have been Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, plus Chimera Tech Overload Dragon. Or Over Dragon. Specifically. That's not fucking happening. Bro, you have to cheat that fucker out if you had to do that shit. But you can see how much we as Yu-Gi-Oh players are just fucking making our own fucking names up, and they become longer and longer, and they seem like real fucking names. The only way I didn't realize that was a real card was, number one, it looked like AI generated, like, fucking image. Two, the fucking requirements were too much. For, like, a modern Yu-Gi-Oh card, that would be way too fucking much. I cast Goo Goo Gaga! Hello, Cloverfield. Nah, I remember you. I got you in my brain. I know you. I know you. Don't you think I don't know you? I know you. It's been a bit. I got people in my head. We were just talking about funny Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So I got distracted, and I wasn't looking at chat, because I was looking at the fucking funny card names, because I thought it was funny as shit. God, Yu-Gi-Oh cards nowadays, just having, like, the longest fucking names in history is never not going to be funny. Like, it's so stupid. Like, they're just so long. Do they need to be that long? By the way, we are in the tournament arc of the thing now. And yes, I am partnered with Alexis. It's the Paradox Brothers! So I changed up my deck strategy a little bit. Now, I've changed it a few times trying to find the right one. So I have a few cards. There are 2 sets of cards that I've always fell in love with since the Battle City era that I wish, like, Yami Yugi used more often. And that's the Knights cards, like Queen's Knight, Jack's Knight. I don't know why that card specifically just doesn't have, like... Oh, never mind. It fixed itself. Why does occasionally it just go blurry? So, this is the Black Flame Knights. This is to try to use Horus of the Black Flame to essentially bombard my opponent by essentially trying to, as fast as fucking possible, fusion summon while also locking down my opponent from using trap cards and then using Horus, which I don't think Horus actually has his... From what I've seen, it doesn't look like he has any of his... He actually has his actual trap negation effects. He's just a really powerful beat stick. Even then, he's really good. But, to summon, you know, Joker, at the same time having 2,000-3,000 beat sticks, really easily summonable, stalling for time with the Swords of Revealing Light, you know, reinforcements of the army, Call of the Haunted...
Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? What?
And having a few Raigekis, you know, Harpy's Feather Dusters. Pre-errata Future Fusion, by the way. It doesn't banish materials, it sends it to the graveyard, making it so fucking overpowered in this game. You know, King's Knight. With a bit of, United We Stand, so that we can boost their attack power to keep them on the battlefield, because just one United We Stand gives them 800 attack points, making them absolutely fucking stupid broken. And even if we didn't, we could pull a Jinzo card. By the way, Jinzo has never showed up for me. Dude, I have had Horus show up more than Jinzo, and that's because I only have 1 copy of Jinzo, but... Like, Jack's Knight. I love these cards. I own these cards in real life, by the way. I have all of these cards right here, including the fusion card in real life. I love these cards. They were such a cool archetype. I love the card aesthetic that they were offering. Queen's Knight, Jack, like Jack, Queen, and King. Like, I would have loved a whole set of monster cards designed around that playing card style. You know? And you can see that there's a theme going, right? They're the knights that protect Horus, the Black Flame Bird. And when the knights combine together, they create the ultimate warrior. Their general shows up to fight alongside their ally. And the thing they were protecting, Horus of the Black Flame. The kingdom locks down any offensive traps. Judgment of the Holy Light. I made like a thematic deck. Unironically, just trying to come up with a strategy. And then, obviously we still have Dark World, but this is DD Dark World. Now, no, this isn't Destiny Heroes or anything like that. DD stands for Dark Dread Route. This guy, if anybody remembers, these are the weird created... I actually own these cards as well. I actually own all 3 of these as well. Multiple copies of this card, by the way. I got lucky and I went to like an antique store to buy like some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They were selling Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and they just had a bunch of these cards. They're worthless. They're not very good, but they're fun in Yu-Gi-Oh games. But in a real tournament, these cards suck. Essentially, it's the same strategy, but instead of running the Divine Beast card, I'm running this Fiend monster, who lowers the attack of all monsters on the field. It lowers all other monsters. And that's kind of the issue with this card, is that he lowers all monsters. But that could easily be remedied with, like, a Axe of Despair. But currently running the Silent Protector deck, which is slightly different. Now, the reason it's slightly different is that we want to cheat out as fast as fucking possible Silent Magician level 8 or Silent Swordsman level 7 to lock down our opponent from being able to destroy our monster with spell cards. And then lock them out of trap cards at the same time. Making it very hard for them to be able to destroy you. With the max amount of level up cards, we can easily cheat out a Silent Magician and instantly pull out a 3500 beat stick that's unaffected by spell cards. Very fucking fast. And while running the Jack's Knight cards, we can also cheat out this card, as we could use these cards as tribute to summon this creature, which would easily get us 2300 attack, and then use another level up card in order to gain the highest criteria, which would lock down all spell cards in the entirety of the game. And the only way to destroy these two cards would be that they would specifically need to be affected by, like a monster effect. That's the only way to shut it down. Now, it runs kind of the same style of deck, just some of them, like Horus the Black Flame is essentially the only card that gets exchanged in this ordeal. Which has one extra card attached to it as well. As you can see, they're basically the same deck with just slight alterations. And this deck actually goes really well with Alexis's current deck as well. As Alexis's current deck is a warrior deck, which means that some of her monsters, like Knight Commander, will benefit my Knight cards and increase their attack power as she plays Knight Commander. And I've added Goblin Elite Attack Force for the 2200 beat stick that protects it, while also having a pretty solid defense wall, which is not that bad. And of course, obviously, United We Stand to increase the attack and defense. So if, let's say that I need to keep this Elite Goblin Task Force alive, we can use United We Stand on our Elite Attack Force in order to prevent it from being destroyed very easily while we stall for time. The only problem I have is I kind of am using King of the Swamp specifically for like, see, I think probably the best thing I should be doing is playing probably, like, one more Polymerization and probably get rid of King of the Swamp. Or having, like, one King of the Swamp replace one of these with... I'm trying to think, because, like, the best thing that I can do is keep him so that I can pull out Polymerization, like, instantaneously. But he's a light monster, which is really good, by the way, because I could use the light substitute to summon him, because all my monsters are light monsters. Like, every single card I have, except for, I think, this is an earth monster, and this is a water monster, obviously. But pretty much all of my main attacking monsters are, well, you know, light monsters. I just have to be super careful with using Future Fusion when I have Silent Magician on the field instead, as he'll negate you know, Future Fusion, completely shutting it down. But if I can get him on the board specifically, then spell cards are locked out, get Royal Oppression on the field, trap cards are fucking disabled. And they have no way of destroying it. Because the only way to get rid of Royal Oppression is to use a trap card, essentially, or a monster effect that destroys any card on the field. And they'll be basically locked out. If I can lock them out of a fight, force them to fight a 2800 beat stick that also might be powered up by, like, United We Stand, they'll be screwed. I know, like, the Knight type, like, the Queen's Knight, like, these cards are so cool. And just working with, like, this idea of, like, the silent fucking knights, where they're all just chivalrous knights, followed by powerful warriors who grow up to become the legendary fucking warriors of the kingdom. Just that stupid fucking... the kingdom. The whole point is to lock out the enemy from basically fighting. Now, the problem is that it's really easy to brick, so I have to constantly reload my save to avoid bricking. If I do brick. Because, unfortunately, the game likes to throw every card I don't need, even though I have evenly distributed my cards to be able to easily access things, and completely lowered my deck's, like, card numbers by 2. See, Pot of Greed lowers it by 2, because it's just a +1. So, when you have a Pot of Greed in your deck, right? You essentially are trying to thin out your deck. Pot of Greed is a deck thinner. Pot of Avarice is just to get my monsters back into my stuff. Like, I had to draw through my deck and stall for time to draw Royal Oppression. Meanwhile, I had Silent Magician stopping them from using, like, you know, spell cards, but I couldn't stop them from using trap cards until I pulled out Royal Oppression. And I didn't even get, like... And I also, in this deck, removed Jinzo, as Jinzo, which just... didn't feel like it was just appropriate to add Jinzo to this deck, as it just didn't feel like it was needed. In comparison to just having Royal Oppression. Because adding another extremely high-level monster... Because I already have, like, what, 1, 2... 3, 4... 5, 6... Yeah, I've got, like, 6 high-level monsters that require some fucking gimmick in order to pull them out. The Black Flame was a little bit more consistent, though, as Horus the Black Flame was extremely easy to pull out of my deck. And he would just be this impossible wall. The problem was, he could never negate spell cards, and that was the biggest issue that I had with him, is that he never actually fixed one of the biggest issues that this deck can solve. Being affected by spell cards. Because apparently, I don't know if they didn't program it or not, but it just doesn't actually... Neither of these two cards work the way that they should. So I need a card that it basically allows for spell cards to be shut down. But yeah, I built another deck, and it's been a fun deck, because I didn't want to keep playing Dark World. I wanted to try my own hand at building my own deck. Like, fully build a deck that I thought would be fun and super useful, that is potentially as useful as the other deck. And I get a use out of Alexis now, because Alexis's commander card now benefits my monster, increasing its attack power. So we're gonna save state so that I can fight the twins. We are the Paradox Brothers. We are mercenary gods like no other. We are invited as special guests at this tournament. Because when it comes to tag duels, no one is better than the Paradox Brothers. Watch and learn. But a duel, then. A tag duel? Fine. How many metals do you want to bet? 1? How about 1? Sure. Let's begin. He's like, you're not very confident in your deck if you're gonna tell me that you're gonna run that. Are we going first or second? I don't know. You have no chance to win. So let this duel begin. Stop rhyming. That's fucking stupid. I'm just sitting there like I don't even get a line. Why are they already panicked? Huh? I am afraid. I draw. Nice start. Starting hand. That's actually not that crazy of a hand. I placed a monster in defense position, and I set a card. And another one, just in case. Alright, that's it. Good show. Keep struggling. My turn. I reveal my face-down card. Synthetic something. Each time a counter trap card is activated, special summon one synthetic. Huh. I forgot she runs partly fairy types as well. I set a monster. Oh yeah, he bricked. And I set a card. My turn. I draw. Well, that's not a bad... See, I could instantly cheat him out. Okay, so, first things first. I'm gonna activate the spell card Future Fusion. From my deck, I pull 3 separate cards and put them in the graveyard. What is this card? I could immediately fucking just exchange a card, level him up to like Silent Swordsman level 7, instantly, by the way, and shut down all spell cards, but I want to wait for that. Instead, I too will set a monster in defense position. And then I'll activate the card Reinforcements of the Army. This will allow me to pull a monster from my deck to my hand. As long as it's a warrior monster. And I choose Silent Swordsman level 3. Because I could actually just instant level him up and then not have to force level up him just yet. And I end my turn. My turn. I draw. Oh, that's offensive. I keep saying it like that. First, I activate the spell card Heavy Storm. Yeah. You destroyed your cards, too. I have more. I activate the Mystic Tomato in attack mode. You gotta remember every character. I will now attack your monster. You are stupid. Die. Get reflected, idiot. You may have stopped my fusion, but that's why I also have Pot of Avarice. For that exact reason, I know they're gonna do that. It's not the biggest deal. I could just use regular polymerization if I really needed to. Are you gonna crash into your monster? You gonna... Oh, would you flip my monster? How about this? Ooh, it's Spirit Reaper. He's unaffected by, he's like a battle card that cannot be destroyed by your average effect. I summon a monster. Ah. He's trying to cheat out a monster. And Alexis, you're falling right for it. But if I... If I can get Royal Oppression, I can instantly shut this entire duel down right now. My turn! I draw. Alright. I summon a monster. Mother Grizzly. no. And, from my hand, I activate a spell. Tribute Doll. This allows me to tribute one monster on your side of the field. Mine, specifically, and special summon one level 7 monster that can be normal summoned from your hand. That monster cannot attack this turn. Alright. I summon Suichin. Woohoo! I end my turn. I draw. Yes. Yes! I activate Pot of Greed. Alright. Not a bad hand. Right. I will I will tribute my Queen's Knight to summon Silent Swordsman level 5. But if you think that's all, you're sorely mistaken. I activate Level Up. This allows me to use this card to level up one of my level monsters, and I choose my Silent Swordsman. To summon my ultimate companion, well, one of two. Silent Swordsman level 7 in attack mode. Now, all fucking spell cards are now negated and useless. Good luck. I will now attack your monster. Oh no, he used it to... Ah. Wait, that's not how that... Oh wait, no, that is how that works. Completely forgot about that. I completely forgot how that works, but that's okay. I could just use this to fucking bring it back. Hold on. Almost forgot that he does that. No thank you. We're activating Call of the Haunted. Hold on. What the fuck? Silent Sword... We're gonna restart that. Silent Swordsman is a criteria. I don't know why they didn't allow me to activate Silent Swordsman. He's in the graveyard. This game is fucking broken! Reload to save. That's what I'm talking about. That type of shit could happen. The Suijin one, that's fine. Actually, Suijin's supposed to lower your attack and then make it so you can't attack him, not kill you. Wait, no, I was right. Suijin doesn't do that. He doesn't destroy your monster at all. You attack into him, but it does 0. Not take my life points away. Who programmed that? That's not how Suijin works. Wait, I was right. That's not how Suijin works. He stops an attack from happening. Drops your monster to 0 and ends the battle phase. You get an option to re-attack. Wait, what the fuck? No, I was right. That's not how that card works at all. What is this hand? What is this hand? What is this hand? What monstrosity is this? Raigeki! What are the odds of this happening? I'm gonna stick with it just for now and see if it'll get better, because if it doesn't, we're restarting again, because there is no way that I pulled 90, like 100% all of my spell cards in the game. That just doesn't happen. Skip, 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 skip. Draw. Now we're on the front foot. Now activate the spell card Reinforcement of the Army. Now I can pull out a monster. Then I'll activate Raigeki. Then I'll activate Harpy's Feather Duster. What was that card? Discard 1 card from your hand to negate. Oh, he has no fucking cards in his hand. That's why he couldn't fucking use it. To get any spell card, he could have negated. You could have negated this spell card at any time if you had cards in your hand, you fucking idiot. Now I summon a monster because I'm petty. Fuck you. What the fuck? You just let me have this? Die. I attack with my knight. Go fuck yourself. Huh. What the fuck? Somehow this played out way better than actually having cards in my hand. I knew that Suijin was weird. That does not make sense for Suijin at all to be able to do what he just did. I think the fuck not, you trick-ass bitch. Get with that shit. I think the fuck not. You will not snatch steal. I end my turn. Okay, it does work. It just has to target him. The card has to physically target him. So they fucked up the text. Because that's not how... I'm pretty sure that's not how his card works. Hang on, I want to actually grab my Yu-Gi-Oh cards and try to... I have them right here. I have an actual physical copy of them so I can actually look at the effect from my hand. And I'm going to do that. Well, I mean, she used my monster, and that's not a bad choice, like, at all. I'll use my monster's effect! Alexis. You just destroyed... Did you just destroy your win condition? Are we so deadass? I'm gonna have to restart, aren't I? You destroyed a win condition. For what? It was negated. It doesn't work. Bro, she's so fucking stupid. I'm gonna stop. We have to restart. She literally just costed this fucking duel because she's stupid. You wonder why people fucking save scum in this game. People are like, well, it's cheating. It's like, bitch, tag dueling is ass. Because people do that. Let's see. Once per turn, when a card or monster effect is activated, that targets this card face up. Okay, so it does work like that. It's a quick effect. I actually looked at my card, my physical card. It has to target him in order to do anything. I'm like, are we so dead ass that what? We are just struggling because Alexis could have just ended the duel if she just fucking used her brain. Girl, if you used your fucking brain, we would have had this shit. Like, for real. Harpy's Feather Duster. Gonna use Magic Jabber for real? Well, it's a good thing I did that, because now that's not gonna fucking work no more. Because now I could do this and not have to worry about the other thing. So you just got fucking baited. Fucking idiot. Whatever your fucking trap card is now, you best hope to God that shit fucking worked. Because I'm gonna use United We Stand to power up that other monster as bait for whatever the fuck your shit is. So now she's got 2,800 attack. Let's see if you fucking fall for the bait, bitch. Did you just destroy my... What the f... This is why we gotta fucking set up. This is why I have to set up my... I swear to God, I gotta reload this again. This is why I hate fighting tag duels. I wouldn't be having this problem if it was if it's not a tag duel. It's the one flaw of the game. Tag dueling. I hate because I don't go first. If I went first, because the game forces you to go last. If I choose to go first, let me go first. Now we've got a decent hand. So now I can set this up now. Finally starting with Royal Oppression, which is what we should be starting with. And just wait it out. Now we just gotta wait it. I hate sometimes. I'm activating this. Trap cards will no longer work. Pot of Greed. Yes, yes, yes. Alexis, I'm gonna need you to stop placing cards on the fucking field. You're wasting all of my valuable resource space. You're playing trap cards that don't work onto our field when I need space. Alexis! I wish I could Harvey Feather Duster my own fucking field. I have multiple fucking Raigekis. There. I swear to God, this bitch is so fucking annoying as a teammate. To be fair, almost every teammate is ass. Like, you just... You want to win a duel? No, don't activate Call the Haunting. It doesn't work. If she puts another fucking trap card down, I swear to God, we are out of spaces. Speed it up. At this point, I don't care. I just want this to be finished. You know, I could be using United We Stand right the fuck now if you didn't put trap cards all throughout here knowing Royal Oppression is on the battlefield. You've basically given us one space to do everything. Need I fucking remind you? Harpy's Feather Duster. Raigeki. Let's see. If I increase this by 800, it'll be 800 for every monster on the field. Is that enough? I don't think it is. I don't think that's enough. Hello, Daniel. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me check. Let me do the math real quick on a calculator. We're just struggling to get through this one guy because Alexis is fucking up my duel. And also, Suijin does not work the way that Suijin is intended to work. Suijin does not destroy your monster because it gets sent... Because it drops your monster to 0. Then you have the active choice to... Which negates an attack. It's attack negation. Not 0, then boom. It's just attack negation. Drops your monster to 0 and negates the attack. It's what it was designed to do. Not destroy your monster. They programmed that wrong. That's not how that card works. Even the anime got that right, and that's before the rules existed. So now we need to go ahead and look at this, so we can choose between the two of them. So let's say I put it on Cyber Prima. She's got 2,300. Then we add 800, which equals 31. And then we add another 800, which will be 39. Then we add 1,900 base attack to that. And that's that's enough. That's exactly enough. They have no monsters on the field. That's exactly enough. So we're going to activate United We Stand. Add it to Preem. Enter the battle phase. She now has 39. We're gonna attack with Jack's Knight. He has 3,100 attack, or 3,100 life points left over. And, or 3,100, which we have 3,900 attack points, which is way above the pay grade, what they have, and now they're dead. Thanks to United We Stand, an equipped spell card that instantly gives them a massive attack boost, and boom, they're dead. This could have been so much simpler if, Alexis, you didn't fucking destroy the one card that can negate anything if it gets targeted, by the way. Monster effect gets targeted by a monster effect. Negate if I have a monster in my hand. Oh, it has the fucking effect. It's a trap card effect. Negated by if it targets him. Spell card, targeted. Alexis! You said you want to win, not lose! I did this! No, you didn't! I had to restart our fucking timeline 3 times! You did what? Nothing! Whatever. Girl, you. Take them and go. Don't think you're better than us, do you? Just so you know. Uh-huh. So, Alexis is be fucking trolling us today. To be fair, I had that happen with Zane as well. Zane would do the same fucking shit. I don't know, it's always Obelisk Blue, like, people that did that shit to me. Yeah, sure, 5 medals sounds good to me. I believe we need 90 medals as well. We're gonna go first, that way we can get our shit in order. Alright, speed this up, because I don't care. What the fuck is that? Dawn Turtle. When this card is normal summoned or flip summoned, you can special summon any number of Dawn Turtles from your hand. You didn't have another one in your hand? Why would you activate that card first? That's a horrible idea. Welp. All I need is a level up card and we're good to go. First, I'm gonna sit this down on the ground. And then I could Raigeki you, but I'm gonna save that Raigeki for now. And just gonna go ahead and pass the turn. Ooh. Gilfried the Iron Knight. If I activate Royal Oppression now... Nah, we'll save Royal Oppression for now. Let them hit. Good use. There you go, Alexis. Actually finding a use for this shit. Look! Alexis actually being useful and actually using my card efficiently. And then she's gonna heavy storm it, I swear to fuck. See, heavy storm! And then I'm gonna get so pissed. What are you attacking? Oh, she can attack directly. Interesting move. But now, they can attack us very easily. Raigeki. What? We'll have to put a Silent Magician down as bait. To keep our life points from being just fucking membered because I'm not pulling the cards I need. He has the same cards I do! A fellow user. Man, how are we top decking all the cards that don't fucking matter? How am I top decking all of my cards? How am I top decking all these cards right now? This is the reason why I just fucking hate this so much. If I top deck one more... Restarting. I swear to God, the odds of top decking is basically 0.1%. I made sure of that. The efficiency of my deck would not allow that. This is why I hate this game so much. The fact that I top decked all of my worst cards that fundamentally should not happen, by the way. The fuck does that thing do? Negates all trap and effect cards controlled by the opponent that targets this card face... Well, it's faced up on the field. So it's trying to negate everything. And again... Summon a monster. Keep it alive by doing this. Power up this monster to 3,200 attack. Summon Future Fusion in hopes that I can make this last a little bit better. I just drawed Call of the Haunted, an absolutely useless card last time. Like, it does nothing. Like, Call the Haunted would not solve the problem. And that's kind of what I mean, is that, like, I'm top-decking cards that I shouldn't be, like, top-decking, like, at all. I don't have a trap card in my hand, so... This is what don't do that. Raigeki. Don't care. Get hit, you trick-ass bitch. There you go. It's over. Done. Didn't even need him. If I had a trap card in my hand, it would have worked, but again... What's really annoying about the problem is that I'm top-decking cards that I fundamentally shouldn't. My deck is designed to be as efficient as possible. Because it's kind of the point of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you need to make your card pull efficient. For example, I'm running a lot of low-level monsters that, as well, in order to help stall. But I haven't even top-decked any of my level 4s. I haven't top-decked any of my spells that I have more copies of. I'm top-decking every card I have 1 or 2 copies of instead. Specifically 1 copy, by the way. More than I'm top-decking the cards that are actually self-important. And I have, like, while I have more spell cards, fundamentally, which is how I'm getting to that point, most of my spell cards that I'm top-decking aren't even any of the ones that I should be. It's really awkward. Which I didn't have this problem with the Horus deck. Horus would love to show up. He pops in and shows up, is ready for battle. I think it's just the game fucking up. It does this a lot. See, every time you load an area up, there's a chance that the RNG per battle when you enter a battle state will change how the RNG works, how your deck is shuffled. But let's say that you're on a very high win streak, like I am. Basically, I've never lost, right? If you win too often, the game will try to favor the opponent in order to make you struggle a little bit more. It's not impossible to still win in those situations, because if you have a good structured deck, you fundamentally could win, but the game will do everything in its power to forcibly make you lose. And the AI can instantly destroy everything you were working towards, by the way. That can legitimately fucking happen. For no reason. So while you're struggling to defeat your opponent, not out of your own volition, just duel me, you cock. Oh, so you want to give me your medals that badly? Fine, we'll wager. How about 4? Sure. This won't even be a challenge. I just want to get through the game at this point. I want to get to the second game. Ah! Is that all you got? No? Damn, destroyed the token too? I draw. I activate my face down. The fuck does that do again? Set monster cards cannot be set face down. To the fuck bad. Did I fucking ask? I'm gonna set this down. We're gonna try Future Fusion again and maybe bait them out to using it. Because apparently I can never pull a polymerization out for the life of me. Even though I have enough of those cards. I have exactly the same amount of Future Fusions as I have polymerizations, but I never will pull a polymerization when I need it. And now I'll activate King's Knight. And go for it. That's it. That's all I could do. Do you want to activate Lady DD Warrior's effect? Lady DD Warrior 1616, so nah. We won't activate her effect just yet. Why would you take my card away? Use yours! This bitch. This bitch! I swear to God! Why are you... You know that wouldn't have happened, right? You just fucking destroyed every sense of the word. Everything. God damn it, Alexis. Every fucking time. Why are you so useless? This isn't Konosuba, you're not Aqua. How the fuck do you play a card that destroys a spell card that's supposed to fuse something and then decide that's what you want to do with your life? Like, good God. You literally just costed us that duel because you're too stupid. She summons that. It's like her ace monster or something. And so she destroys every fucking card on the field, not realizing that I have a fucking card that requires it to stay on the battlefield. And then she's like, yeah, this is what I could do. And I'm just like, but why? Why, you trick-ass bitch? Must you constantly annoy me? Most of my loss, like, potential losses come from her. This is why we reset, by the way. Good for you. Alexis, I gotta ask you to stop placing cards on the fucking ground. No. If I had Raigeki, this would have been super simple. So here's the thing. There's a high chance that that's a battle trap, but... what this says, when it destroys into the bad, as well as battle, it'll special summon another monster with 1500 or less attack. Which will put a dent on us dealing damage, technically. So we're gonna activate this spell card. United we stand. We're gonna put it on our main guy. So he just got rid of it. Even though that technically doesn't target him, because it would have to target him, but it targets the card in the back line. I knew he had MST. I could have just popped the MST on him, but... at least I knew how to... at least we know that it's been baited. So that's not the biggest issue in the world. Really, it was just done to just try to make the duel end faster, because he keeps fucking stalling for time and being really fucking annoying about it. Because he just keeps on fucking stalling, and it's annoying. Just die and lose the game. Lose the game, dog. Lose the game. Now we're gonna activate Royal Oppression to prevent you from doing anything else. Now you just activated everything. Now it's really fucking annoying. God. So fucking annoying. Just die. Just lose the game. You lost the game. Stop being annoying about it. Stop being annoying about it. And just because I'm petty, I'm actually gonna use the other card I have. Instantly do it again. And hit you for overkill. Specifically because you guys are being annoying. Stop being annoying. Get out of here. Get. The one thing I hate is Alexis specifically is fucking this deck up. If it wasn't for Alexis, this entire deck would do really good. It's Alexis that's constantly using my fucking cards and blowing them up that's pissing me off. Like, if she just didn't blow up my fucking cards. Because the AI doesn't see the strategy. She doesn't see none of that shit. It was still a trap card, dog. It still falls in line with the rules. Destroys all trap cards, no matter if it turns into a monster or the fuck not. Duel's already over, dog. First, we're gonna activate Silent Magician. Now that you have no cards on this fucking side of the field, we are now gonna activate Level Up. And now I can summon this monster. I don't know what that monster is, but if it's a monster, if it's a trap card that or like a fucking monster effect right now, it's not great. It's the only way to destroy our monsters. So instead, I'm gonna activate Future Fusion. If this stupid fucking bitch destroys my spell card, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking stab her. I forgot to open up TikTok, by the way. This entire time we've been playing, I forgot to stream on TikTok. Whoops. I was like, man, it's awkwardly silent today. I completely got fucking lost in the duel and talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! That I completely forgot. Whoops. Why did you guys remind me? Oh, you asked for the outfit 21 minutes ago. I forgot to get the outfit. I wasn't looking. I was so focused on my Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels. I was so focused on Yu-Gi-Oh! I was like, ah, shit. Which one was it? The Rogue outfit. Guys, I've become a furry. Help. Guys, I've become a Sonic character. I got you. I got the redeem. I got it. I remembered. I did it. They're not here right now, but I forgot. But now we're back. Alexis, I swear to God, if you fuck up our deck again, I'm gonna be real pissed. There's a chance that we'll have to restart. Anyways. Not yet. I knew he was gonna heavy storm. I need to find a way to prevent heavy storm immediately. Everybody's running heavy storm. Like, everybody's running heavy storm. Now I just gotta do this again and prevent that from happening again. I knew this was gonna fucking happen. This is why I fucking hate this game sometimes. Everybody runs heavy storm, making the game basically fundamentally just boring. Because everybody is running it. Literally everybody running heavy, the whole thing. You will not get to summon another monster. Get him. Get him. Oh, look, she used my cards efficiently and didn't destroy them! That's the thing that pisses me off, is she destroys my deck. Because she thinks, like, what? Oh, it'll be so fucking useful. Oh my god, it'll be so useful to destroy my monsters. Fuck you. Stop that. You trick-ass bitch. She's such an annoying bitch. She will absolutely be so fucking annoying about it. So we need a way to lock down our opponent, like, immediately. Now, I could be a big fucking dick here. I have an idea. But it would screw a lot of what I need to do. See, I could add Anti-Spell Fragrance as another trap card. But that would immediately get negated by the other trap card, so that wouldn't go very well. That's why we have Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman. Because Silent Magician is unaffected by it in general. I can use cards like that Warrior card to pull out the card I need, but the odds of me pulling out specific cards isn't going as planned right now. I would use Horus, but the problem is Horus does not function in this game correctly. He's supposed to be able to negate any card on the field. Like any spell card on the field. He's not doing that. He has the same effect, I believe, as my fusion here, which requires it to be targeted. I think Horus, unironically, needs to be targeted by the spell card in order to actually do the thing. Plus, Silent Magician is a very fast card to cheese out, due to the fact that it only needs one level up. Because the problem is that you need the level up card to level her up immediately, because she requires 5 turns of setup. But you can instantly get her to the next stage by just leveling her up. So, I'm wondering if I should cut back on these little guys right here. Like, if I cut back on these guys, thin out our deck a little bit, right? We're gonna try to what we're trying to do is we're trying to thin out our deck as much as possible. Get rid of Call of the Haunted. I don't want to, but... And then, narrow my search. Do that. And then because we have no ban list, I can choose any card I want. So I can use Monster Reborn. Reborn the monster! And we'll use that instead, as that's an extra spell card, which could be useful. And we're gonna try to go for this deck. This might be a little bit better. It's 40 cards, so it's less. We removed and thinned out our monsters because we can use... And maybe it'd be best to exchange one of my Silent Magicians to get another one of the little guy. Or to get another one of, like... No, but that'd be a really bad idea, wouldn't it? No, let's get rid of one of our Silent Magicians. Like, lower level Silent Magicians, so we can pull out another one of the higher tier guys. This might be bad, because it could get us screwed over. Because I might pull too many of those and not have something, but I do have Alexis, who will have a card. So if she plays a card, I can instantly summon him. And that could stall for time. Thinning out our deck just enough. Get rid of a future fusion. And in its place... we could try thinning out our deck even further. And pulling out a Pot of Greed. Though... yet again, one of the bigger issues is worrying about a very specific thing. Because I think I need another polymerization. But Pot of Greed will just get us to our cards faster. And we have King of the Swamp, which is the whole purpose is to use his effect so I can pull out I can actually pull out the fusion material. Get the level up cards as fast as possible, have multiple Pot of Greeds, multiple of low-level monsters that contribute into Silent Magician level 5, and then instantly level him up. Use United We Stand if I don't summon him. Because because the idea is to summon Silent Magician level 7, and then get access to Royal Decree, so that way things like Heavy Storm won't exist, because as long as Silent Magician level 7's on the field, all cards faced up on the field, as long as this card's remaining face up on the field, negate the effect of all spell cards on the field, instantly destroying any spell card. And then I'll have time with Royal Oppression on the field, as it'll be a trap card that destroys all trap cards, preventing them from using trap cards to destroy my cards, and then I have enough time to essentially literally summon her and get her up. If I get her up first, though, then I have a really good beat stick without worrying about having to try to level her up naturally. But either way, they're both pretty solid boss monsters. And he's a warrior monster, which means that the effect... Well, if I use... See, everybody uses Jinzo. The problem is, if I add Jinzo, I'm now adding way too many high-level monsters. I already have, like, all of these. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 6, 7? Shut up! 7 high-level monsters, and adding an 8th is just gonna bring up the probability of pulling up too many of those. See, I only have 3 trap cards, which are all Royal Oppression. The problem is, I want to be able to get to Royal Oppression as fast as possible. That's why Pot of Greed is there to siphon through my deck. Now, I could further siphon through my deck by adding another Draw 2 effect instead of this one. Like, if I get rid of Pot of Avarice, for example, and then maybe do, like, Upstart Goblin, for example, which allows me to draw a card at the cost of 1,000, at the cost of getting 1,000. It's a net neutral effect, but it thins out our deck even further. So the idea is that we're trying to thin out our deck as much as possible so that we can get directly to the cards we want. The more deck thinners we have, the less cards we have. So now that we have, what, Pot of Greed. So how many pot of... So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 deck thinners, which means that we have a... I think it's like a 46... Like, no, excuse me. 36 card deck at the moment. And since we're using this to get to this, this is a thinner card to get so that I can activate all these cards. I could run Graceful Charity. The problem is I'll be throwing cards into the graveyard. These cards don't want to be in the graveyard. If I was running things like Graveyard Effect monsters, then Graceful Charity is really good. But thinning my deck to get to a card and then sacrificing 2 cards to draw 1 card, you have to have an advantage from it. And I don't think I have an advantage by doing that. The only problem is I have to watch out for Alexis. That's why I don't want too many future fusions, because now Alexis is just being a bitch. And annoying. Future fusion is something I could use absolutely be useful. And it also baits out Heavy Storm, which is very useful. Because baiting out a Heavy Storm in an early stage of the game is really useful, because then I could just instantly summon, you know, that, so I could just keep doing it. Also, thank you, Star D Squirrel, for following at the Tiki Taki. Also, hello, D. Welcome in. See, I'm not trying to fight against my opponent. I'm fighting against my teammate Alexis for fucking my shit up. I'm trying to figure out if Harpy's Feather Duster is a very useful card. I want to make sure I have that. I could replace Future Fusion and get rid of it entirely and just add another Polymerization, but I need to get to the point where I can draw all these cards into my hand immediately. So I want to be able to get Warrior cards. See, I'd have to summon Queen's Knight, then I'd have to summon King's Knight. Keep my Queen's Knight alive and prevent Alexis from using it as tribute fodder. And this is why I can't use Silent Magician automatically, because she'll tribute it for another monster. And this is why I'm trying to make sure she doesn't do stupid shit like that, because she'll be my biggest detriment in this deck, in any deck I use. Because I have to work around her, so I have to figure out what's the best method. So that's the plan, is that I need to work around the issue of her specifically. She's my biggest detriment Not my enemies playing cards. Her. She's the problem. See, what I could do... There has to be another type of card. Because the issue is getting Jack's Knight into my hand. If I start with Jack's Knight, then I could instantly use something like Reinforcements of the Army. Maybe put up another copy of that instead. This is a difficult choice. Because if I had another Reinforcements of the Army, I could play that twice in a row. Pull both cards at the same time. Like, get both Queen's Knight and King's Knight into my hand. And then just get Jack's Knight almost automatically. The problem is, to get to that point, we got a lot. There's still grace. Yeah. I've also disabled the ban list as well. So the ban list is gone. Meaning that we can use things like Monster Reborn. But Alexis is being a bitch. She's being annoying. Future Fusion probably is not what we want, so let's get rid of Future Fusion, as that's not gonna do us any good. Because Alexis is just gonna... Even if the enemy heavy storms it, right? Even if the enemy heavy storms it, that's not the problem. That's an easy counter. The problem is Alexis summoning a monster with 2300 attack and then destroying a monster with 3500 attack because she wants to activate an effect that destroys all spell cards on the fucking field. And be an annoying bitch about it. So instead, we need to replace it with something that would be moderately more useful. I could add another Reinforcements of the Army, or I could add another Polymerization. Because I can't use King of the Swamp to be able to... how do I say? I can't use King of the Swamp as fusion material. It does not actually follow the principles due to the fusion cards being specific. Hyper-specific. It said it must be these 3 cards in order to fuse. So it doesn't work. So that sucks. Also, hello, Razzle on the tiki-taki side. So yeah, we're just trying to figure out... I could... Let's look into some warrior cards, shall we? Let's try to find a type... There's gotta be a good warrior card out there, right? There might be a warrior card that helps. I could always add Blackluster Soldier Envoy at the beginning. I mean, like, the only difference is I need a dark monster as well, and I don't have one. I'd have to throw some dark monsters, and I have light monsters, and they're easy to get into the deck. Like, I could literally use Future Fusion, right? Future Fusion. Oh, we could do that. Oh, we could do that. We just need to add a dark monster. We could do that. Because there's substitutes, aren't there? We could do that. And then we could have Envoy at the beginning who can banish a card while keeping him on the field, making him extremely annoying. Nah, but Knight Commander's already... We already have Knight Commander thanks to... He's one of the monsters inside the field. Increases the attack of all warrior monsters by 400. We already have somebody that does that. We need a card that does something extra. We need something that does... See, this is the card she's using. Cyber Prima. When this card is tributed, summon, destroy all face-up spell cards on the field. So every time she summons this monster, she destroys everything we have. This is why I don't want to run continuous spell cards now, because she has a card that destroys all spell cards. It is annoying. So we gotta find... something, a warrior monster that actually plays well with what we want. We have an entire elemental hero thing. Exiled Force could be useful. I could destroy a monster by summoning it and then sacrificing it. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard as well as the battle, each player can summon one level 4 monster from their hand. Yeah, I don't want to give my opponent a thing. Let's see. Free the Brave Wanderer. By removing from play 2 light monsters in your graveyard, destroy 1 face-up monster on this that with higher attack than this card. Interesting. Freed the Matchless General. It's another level 5 monster. That's a bit of a problem. Negate the effect of any spell card that targets this card and destroy it. As long as this card remains faced up on the field, you can add 1 level 4 or lower monster from your deck to your hand per turn instead of drawing. That actually might be useful. Timer's done. Timer's done. You can go back. Don't look there. I'll kick your butt. I will kick your butt. Okay. This could be useful because he already he solves one of our issues. Targeted spell cards. Like, if a card tries to target him, it won't have an effect. It won't do very much else outside of that, but the effect, instead of drawing a card, I can specifically instantly pull out a level 4 warrior monster, which instantly gets me another card. But Reinforcements of the Army would just be better at that. Because Reinforcements of the Army is just slightly better. No, wait. Wait. If I get a Reinforcement of the Army, I activate... If I do... Okay, I got an idea. Okay. My plan had one hiccup. Okay, so we're going to... reset the search. We're gonna go down, back to F. Well, the timer's done. The timer's done. I had to redeem on the Twitch side, so people wanted the Sonic mod. And now it's done. Oh! Now you want college. You want to go to college. You want to go to college. Do 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 do. What's up? Now we college style. Dial. Now we're college style, dial. Perfect. I got you. Now we're the college style. Okay. Thinking. So some people play Fissure to destroy the lowest attacking monster, which is hilarious. I don't know why they would run that when they have better cards. So I have an idea, right? Fusion Gate will banish the cards. You gotta remove them from play. But instead, we use Future Fusion. We're gonna increase our numbers here. Now, the reason why... is, I think it's called the Warrior Returning Alive? Or was it the Hero Returning Alive? And we're gonna narrow our search. So I managed to TTS my dog, and I think about being unhinged and hooking it up to ChatGPT and letting it talk to chat. That sounds terrifying. Also, speaking of AI, apparently it's killing it's killing our HDD market. We're all out of like consumers are no longer the main resource or like the main thing anymore. That sucks. They're like, yeah, we don't have supply and demand anymore. We're just gonna, you know... Just... I was like, oh... I swear to God, it's called a warrior... Was it... Warrior Returning Alive, wasn't it? I guess it's not a card in this game. I guess it's not a thing in this. Huh. I guess it wasn't added to the first game. I guess it was only added in the second game. Or whatever. Maybe the third one. Who knows? See, the plan, what I was gonna do, was I was gonna use Future Fusion, send cards to the graveyard, use a Warrior Returning Alive to bring back one of the 3 cards that I had to pull a monster out, right? So I have 2 cards, so I would use, like, you know, reinforcements of the army, and then be like, yeah, and then we get that. I don't know what it is, like, the whole HDD thing, if anybody's heard, that the HDD, like, companies had, like, I forget which company was talked about it, but they said that, like, they no longer have the capability to, like, offer, like, HDDs because they were already sold out for the year. And because they sold out for the year, they don't have anything left. And, they essentially, like, aren't going to be able to make anymore, essentially. We still have SDDs, right? But, like, solid state drives, they're not hard drives. Because, they sold to the AI company market right now. And I'm just like, God damn. Like, it's so bad, and I mean this. And the only reason I'm super upset is because the new, you know, Steam's new, like, device thingy, their new, like, console thingy thank you. The new console thing that they were gonna work on, it had to be pushed back, essentially canceled for now. So instead of being able to be released, because of the rampant issue with hard drives, we don't get the new Steam, like, machine. And, on top of that, they can't make any more Steam Decks. No one can buy Steam Decks now because of this shit. Fuck you! That's why I'm mad at fucking goddamn AI fucking software, man. You stole from me! I might not be able to afford it right now, but I wanted one. And now I can't get one. They're sold the fuck out. I ain't no buy no 100 cookies. Who buys 100 cookies? That's crazy. Oh, so hello, you welcome in. Yeah, basically Steam Decks are sold out because they don't have they can't get any more of the fucking things they need. Hell, Nintendo's thinking about upping the fucking price in the Nintendo Switch as well. Specifically Nintendo Switch 2. Because they can't get the hard drives, they can't get the shit that we need. I was not expecting that tattoo. I don't know what you're talking about. I like poker. What you talking about? I'm running fucking... Proof be pointing. I'm running the night cards. See? 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 I just really like poker cards. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I got pizza. 'Cause, 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 'cause See, I just think AI is not ready. That's the problem. I think AI is just not ready to be used right now. Like, can we, let's be honest, has AI actually accomplished anything that they said they were going to accomplish? Like, at all? Have they actually accomplished anything they said they were going to accomplish since the inception of it? Because if you say yes, you're just fucking, absolutely fucking wrong. It has done nothing. It has not actually accomplished its goals. See, if it at least somewhat accomplished some of its goals, then I would agree with people. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can see that there is a use, but it has done absolutely nothing. You know what's crazy? People are like, what, but Chat GPT helped me study. That's called fucking Google. We just replaced go Google it with go use Chat GPT. It's literally the difference. That's the only difference now. It's just modern day, like, fucking Google. That's what it is. It's just Google. That's all it is. What's that, tattoo? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm using night cards. I like poker cards. Look. See? I'm running Queen's Knights. I'm running the Joker card. That's totally the reason why. That's totally the reason why. Totally. If you say so. The fuck you mean a traitor? You're a traitor! How dare you? Traitor to what? What is what? You're a traitor! How dare you? Traitor to what? Ah, Barrel Dragon. I've had this model forever, by the way. Somebody asked for a redeem. I haven't replaced the old... I haven't changed out the college outfit, so it still has this stuff. Also... I've talked about, like, my preferences in men. I like men. I've dated Russian men. I've dated black men. I don't know. I tend to date, like, a lot of, like, men that are from, like, different things. I actually once got like yelled at by a chatter saying that why don't you date white men? And I'm like, I have. The only people I haven't dated are Latino men, because I'm Latino, and I got a bad history with that shit. So I just don't really prefer Latino men. That's just not my style. I mean, I'm Latino, right? Anyways, now to become furry. It's furry time. If you think I'm a traitor, like, my roommate's fucking... I have to say this, my roommate's black. He's my best friend. The fuck? How dare you? How dare you? I will proceed to slap your ass now. Whoosh! Bad chatter. Whoosh! Bad. Whoosh! Bad. We love all people. We love all people. I don't care about what you look like. You could be fat, super skinny, you could be black, you could be white, you could be blue, you could be orange. You could be part bug. I'll still love you. I still will respect you. It ain't about that. Shush. 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 Shush you. I love all people. Because everybody deserves love. Everybody deserves to be fucking happy. Everybody deserves a little bit of something, you know?
Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? What?
Start digging in your butt, twin. Woo. Everybody deserves love. Doesn't matter. You know, unless you're a fucked up person or you hurt kids. I don't know. Then you deserve to fucking get the fuck out. Go to space. Get out of here. I don't want you here. Hello, Demos. Welcome. I respect everybody. You know? I've lived enough, like, again, I'm trans, right? For anybody who's curious, right? I'm a trans woman, right? And on top of that, I get disrespected all the fucking time. I'm Latino. Dude, one time on TikTok, no fucking verbatim, they were like attacking me because I was trans, and then I cussed them out in Spanish, right? For fun. And then they told me to go back to my country. To my face. And then I just laughed about it because it was funny as fuck. Because, like, I'm Puerto Rican. It's like, go back to your country. I'm like... What? Puerto Rico is U.S. territory. What does that even fucking mean? Go back. I was born in Florida, dog. That's why I'm so fucking insane. Respect everybody. It's about respect. Even if I don't agree with you, that doesn't mean I'm gonna hate you. You know? Just because you're being a dick to me doesn't mean that I should be a dick back to you. You know? That's just not how it works. If I'm a dick to you, because you were a dick to me, then we're just gonna keep going back and forth until the end of time. Instead, I should be a better person and try my best to do my best. You know? I don't need to be an asshole. Also, goodbye, Joby. You have a good one, and also your kiss redeemed. Mwah. There you go. You have a good night. A lot of our community is very harsh towards anyone different. It's really sad. It's like, in general, it's just, people are just, they're just people, again, people just look to hate. That's it. There are just people out there that just want to, you know, be hateful because it makes them feel better. Because in this world right now, everything fucking just sucks, you know? Every day, people are suffering and people are wondering, like, what's going on? What can we do better? Like, and everybody just struggles. So, you know, it doesn't help that streaming culture has really not helped our cause of, like, trying to be better people. It's like, look, I've had people just literally pop into chat on TikTok and literally just go, you know, I don't like your voice. You're annoying. And or they'll tell me that they're going to, like, unfollow, or they'll tell me this or that. And I just sit there and I'm like, okay. Why are you telling me that? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. If you don't like what I do, if you don't like me as a person, that's fine. I'm not gonna blame you for that. I'm not gonna, like, people don't call me by my pronouns, and I don't care, you know? You know, I don't like your voice. Just wanted to pop in and say that. Bye. And then I just die. Like, that's what I expect. That's what I think that they want me to do. Is just like, they want me to die. Like, and, like, just straight up die. Or something. When that happens. I'm just like, okay. If you don't like my voice, that's fucking normal. We're all fucking people. We all have different voices. You know, like, it doesn't really fucking matter. I legitimately just think that, like, I grew up being extremely hostile to people. Like, when I was a kid, I used to break people's bones. That's not a joke. I used to beat the out of kids. because they would slight me, because they would bully me, and then I learned martial arts, and then I said, fuck these bitches, you're going down. And then I would proceed to do that exact thing and beat them up. And then no one fucking bullied me ever again, but I never made any friends either. I was just known as the unstable kid, and I realized that, after that day, I realized that violence doesn't solve any problems, it just makes new ones. It never solved the problem I thought it would solve, it just took away from me. And now I'm even lonelier than I was before. So I kind of just learned as I got older, like, people that are just bitter and angry all the time are miserable people that have things in their lives that are making them miserable, and they don't know what to do about it. They don't know how to solve problems. They don't know how to use their words. No one wants to use their words, because if to use your words is to have a conversation, and you might not be right. You might be wrong. But you don't want to be wrong. That's the other part of it. Human beings, like, today, don't want to be wrong. You could be white, you could be Latino, you could be black. Everybody has this fucking issue. Everybody. I've seen the Latino community act like fucking assholes to other communities. I've seen black people be rude to other people, saying shit and being horrible people. Like, not even that long ago, I saw a TikTok that I looked into it, and there was this Chinese couple that had like a restaurant, right? And this black influencer basically was slandering them and literally lying under her teeth, saying that the Asian family that they pointed up a criminal record of a random guy that is not the main guy, the restaurant owner, and saying that on that criminal record that they go hunting for small animals and like pets and shit. Basically what she was saying is that the man that runs that restaurant goes around and hunts small wildlife like possums and dogs and cats, and then feeds that to you, the person at the restaurant. And I was like, oh, so not only are you slandering him, but you're also, that's extremely fucking racist. That's like such an Asian stereotype racist behavior. But you want to know what's even scarier is when she got called out for it, she made a apology, which wasn't an apology. She said, I'm sorry you feel that way. But also, on top of that, people were defending her, saying, you did nothing wrong, queen. I didn't see anything wrong about what you said. And it's that thing. And I talked about this in a TikTok, and while I was doing my Valentine's Day stream, right? I talked about this. I said that I hope that people hold me accountable for the shit that I fucking say, right? If I say something that is wrong, I hope that people can come to me and, you know, help explain to me what's wrong, because maybe I did it. I'm not trying to do, personally, not trying to do anything offensive to make people feel bad, right? That's not the point. But at the same time, also, hello, Sydney. I didn't say that earlier on the YouTube side, so welcome in. I saw you. I forgot to. I thought I had already talked to you, but my brain's like, nope, I forgot. And like the whole problem that I have in general with the whole thing is, like, I talked about it, right? I talked about how I want to be held accountable for the things that I do and how I say things and what's going on, right? It's the most important part. The biggest issue that I have with how shit works today is, like, people are not held accountable for anything. And I said it before, and I've had people unfollow me. Big creators that used to follow me on Twitch unfollow me because of what I said. Because they deemed it as racist. I was like, black people have and continue to do and say very heinous shit online because they don't get in trouble for it, because they can use the racist card on you and talk about how they struggled in life. Their ancestors, the people before them, fought for the rights that they have today. And while your struggles are valid, and I talk about that every time, and even during that time, I talked about that. I said, your struggles are valid. Everybody's struggles are fucking valid. I understand where they're coming from. But the way that they're going about it, attacking people, and basically demanding shit is not the way to go about it. If you want to make change, take the examples of the past. Like Martin Luther King, how he just kept pushing through pacifism. Right? And I feel like people forget that your ancestors fought for your right to speak up. So when I talk about this, I'm saying that now it's your responsibility to do the right thing and do the same thing that your ancestors did to help you today. Now it's your job. You've been given a voice. You've been given the right to work. You've been given the right to have a voice. You have those rights. You're no longer held by the system that treats you and grabs you like this. You have the vocal capability. You don't speak up and then you get beat down. It still happens because there's bad people in the world, and that's why we call bad people out. We need to call out the bad people for sure, and I completely agree with them on that. But I don't agree with you attacking random people that have nothing to do with it, that have slightly different opinions than you. And just because there are some people that are absolutely abominably stupid, you know, Rev says Desu and his wife Strawberry are pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty bad and deserve the hate that they get because they acted like fucking idiots. Like, straight up. Like, there is evidence of Rev says Desu's wife. I'm not even kidding you. Rev says Desu's wife literally said, to a trans person. I think, was it Blair? Hold on. It might have actually been Blair White she was talking about, actually. Oh, it was her. Yeah, it was Blair White. Yeah. Though I don't agree with everything Blair White says. Like, I don't agree with everything she says. I think I remember her saying that if you're not willing to, like, chop your dang-a-lang off and shit and get all this surgery and shit to basically become as close as to woman as possible in her eyes, I don't agree with that. Because transitioning is a journey of individuality. It's an individual's journey. I think that her struggles that she went through and what she did for herself is good for her. How she was, I believe, a Christian as well. And so she still believes in the Christianity way, but still is true to herself. And I feel like that's fair, right? And, you know, so I don't agree with everything Blair White said. That's to Sydney's response, asking me what I think about her. I don't agree with everything she said, but I do understand where she's coming from. I just don't believe in people that say that you're not trying hard enough to be a woman. The only way that we can understand that you're not trying hard enough is when somebody isn't actually transitioning at all, right? Because you can tell the difference between somebody that is transitioning versus somebody that isn't transitioning. Like, when I used to work security, we have a story about a man who walked into the women's changing room at a very fancy fucking gym, right? It's like a 1%er, like super fuck for the rich, right? And so he's in there, and he goes in there, and the women are scared of him. They go, ah! You know, and they get scared, right? And so they call security down, and so the security goes down there and tells him to get the fuck out. You're not supposed to be in here. And then you know what he says? Well, I'm trans. You can't say that to me. I can be in here. I'm trans. Bro had a full beard, crusty ass fucking shirt, fucking pants and shit. No, that's clear as day. Just you saying that just to avoid getting in trouble. You were being a creep, and then you used a word in order to prevent yourself from taking the criticism or the blow. That's what I'm talking about. That's the type of shit that's stupid. Mr. Kim, why did you decide to become a high school teacher? Who the fuck's Mr. Kibba? Who the fuck is that? Ew, that's even creepier. I don't... Ugh. Sorry, that just made me want to throw up. That actually just wanted me to... That made me want to throw up. Just thinking about that. So... I don't know that audio, but that's fucking crazy. By the way, that's fucking crazy, by the way. Oh. Timer's done. Freak. Time to switch back. Ah! Don't look there. What are you even playing? I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force for the PSP. Old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. Before Master Duel and Duel Links, which just kind of made everything kind of boring. Where you just duel each other. You actually dueled AI, you actually had a story, you got a bunch of stuff. What about Lily Tino complaining to staff when she's misgendered? I don't know too much about Blair White and that situation, or Lily Tino. I don't know much about them, so I can't put my consensus there, because I wouldn't be doing it justice. I don't know them. I don't know their stuff. I kind of know Blair White a little bit. So, I can't say much about it. Also, hello, pizza mozzarella. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, punch! Well, don't look! So, I don't want to say something if I don't know about it, right? I don't know enough right now, so I'm not going to say anything about it, because I genuinely don't know. If I had to say about, like, in a general concept about, you know, people complaining about misgendering, that's fair, right? If you talk about, hey, I'm a woman, and I would like to have, like, be treated like that, and have my pronouns in that way, right? That's fair. If the staff don't want to do that, at that point, there's nothing else you can do. And I want to say that it sucks, right? It sucks, right? That, you know, people are going to be assholes, and they're going to still treat you like garbage. But here's the biggest play of all of it. Don't demand anything. Don't force it down their throat. That never goes well. Don't force shit down people's throats. It's not a good thing. If they don't do it, walk away, move on, forget about it. That's all you can do. And it's bad, right? So there's that, right? I just wanted to say that really quickly about that part. But I'm gonna go back to the strawberry thing with Rev Says Desiu's wife. She goes to a Blair White post, right? And says that, I hope that she detransitions so that she could be, like, the way that God intended, essentially. Like, to be loved the way that God intended you to be loved, right? So basically, she said, I hope that you detransition, devalue her struggles and her life, choosing to be... Not even choosing, just what she is. I hate the word choosing. I hate that word so much. It's such a fucking stupid word. I hate using that word so much. It's not choosing. You don't choose. That's the part that I have to try to find a better word to explain this. Because it's super annoying. Because you don't choose to be gay. You don't choose to be lesbian, and you don't choose to be trans. It's not a choice. It's always been there. And it will always be there. It's just learning about it is the thing, right? You need to learn about it. You need to understand it. It's hard. That's the point. Lily Tino really making the trans community look bad. I'll have to do some more research into it. And if I find enough research, maybe I'll make a video talking about how Lily Tino is actually extremely dangerous for the trans community. Because, again, here's the funny part. I'm not surprised the trans community is bad for the trans community. I have disavowed a large portion of the LGBTQ+, because it is just filled to the brim with just fake-ass people, and just really annoying people that are, like, constantly making shit up in order to feel self-important. We don't need 1,001 different exposés about exactly what your gender is, right? Because the reality of the situation is that there are 3 genders in life. Male, female, and, like, non-binary. Those are the definition baseline. And those can branch, right? Like trans-feminine and, you know, trans-masculine. Those make sense. Those are abbreviations and like different styles. Those make sense. Femboys are men that like to be more feminine by nature. You know, tomboys are women that like to be more boyish and prefer to look more dude-ish. That makes sense. Those types of abbreviations and changes to help decide of what's going on make people understand it better. But the problem is we're confusing the pool of fucking definitions. We got, like, I identify as a dingle bongle bingle bongle wingle bongle dingy dong. It gets to a point where I can't. Yeah, I just can't, right? Like, it's gotten to the point. Also, hello, Ken Raid. Yes, it's definitely crazy that we just talked about the LGBTQ+, but we were on that before, a little bit a while ago, so I just wanted to finish talking about it before I lose my train of thought. Because I'm trying to rebalance my deck, so I just want to take a break, trying to figure out what to do, so we're just talking. The issue, right, is that as somebody who, you know, is LGBTQ+ by definition, I'm embarrassed by the LGBTQ+ community. Because not only are they extremely demanding, not only are they extremely hateful, at least the loud, vocal majority of them nowadays, because they're the majority of the fucking scene, which, I'm gonna be honest, are full of fake people. They're not really there. Like, we've had so many fake trans people that the word detransitioning has become a normal thing to hear. That should not be normal. Because that's not fucking possible. Detransitioning does not exist. It is not a real thing for trans people. You don't just wake up and then decide, yeah, I'm gonna be a woman. That's a life-changing thing. Doctors will tell you that. Do you hear that? Do you hear this? Do you hear that? That's my medication. Specifically for my trans medication, right? Right? Before I was even allowed to have this, I had to go through long amounts of conversations with doctors, going into detail, basically therapy-like sessions, essentially, to really see where I'm at, right? Because once you start taking this medication, there's no going back. Once you start going on estrogen, it's not as simple as stop taking it and you'll be okay. Once you stop taking it, sure, some of the effects will wear off, but your body is permanently changed forever. If you start getting boobs, they don't just magically vanish as soon as you stop taking it. You don't stop because a major thing as well for trans women, you have to, when you take estrogen, you have to acknowledge that you could become infertile. That is a side effect that can happen. It's not impossible, but the odds of infertility become higher once you start transitioning. So you have to understand this. This is why I tell people that word does not exist. The LGBT would eat you alive. Of course they would. Because they don't want to hear it. Because they're self-entitled fucking assholes. The day I disavowed the LGBTQ+ as not being a part of the majority of it, I only want to protect the people that are truly struggling and not these fake motherfuckers who are doing it just for social points, to be cool and different. Fuck those fucking people. Those people suck. They ruin it for everybody. They think they're some fucking main character. Of course they don't talk like me? Because they think they're better than everybody. There's this one journalist who was like trans, right? She made an entire thing. She's a journalist, by the way. And she was complaining about, like, sexual shit and whatnot. While she made an article talking about sticking a butt plug up her ass and, like, having the vibrations match to the fucking game you're playing, by the way. The fucking hypocrisy of that, man. And then on top of that, comes out that she made a public fucking fan fiction on the internet while having all these opposite opinions of this shit, right? Where trans women are the dominant, quote, species of the earth, and they have cis women breeding camps. A human being made that and posted that for the public. While complaining about specific shit that completely goes against everything that they stand by in every other capacity. She made every trans person look bad. Fuck that bitch. Straight up, fuck that bitch. I hate that bitch. That's the first human being on the... Actually, second human being, because one of my old coworkers is dead to me. But that's because he fucking abused the shit out of me physically and mentally at work. And then he got fired. But that's beside the point. That's a story for another day. That's a story for a completely different thing. But anyways, that bitch. Evil. What I just joined in, we're just talking about some, like, shit, just some crazy shit, because I'm just trying to, like, get my brain out of the fucking space of, like, trying to figure out what card I need to add to my deck. But, now hear this, right? There was a person, I talked about this, I think a few days ago, but there was this, quote, trans woman. She's not trans. She is a he, straight up the gate. Want to know why? This trans woman, in quote, would proceed to go to a gym and go to the women's locker room, take a photo, showing her dang-a-lang to the mirror in the women's restroom, or in women's gym, excuse me. The gym's, like, you know, place. That is a gym. I don't give a fuck. You don't do that. I don't like when women do that. I don't like when men do that. I think most gym people all agree that's a taboo. You go to the gym, you work out, you get the fuck out. That's just basically it. You go in, you get out, you move the fuck out. So, here's what makes this really problematic, right? So, I had to do some research because people were attacking them. And I was like, well, you know, yeah, it was wrong, but why are they calling that person not trans? Well, turns out that they have a criminal record. That, well, mainly a restraining order. The restraining order is to their ex who they abused physically, right? And so, when we talk about that, we go in and we then talk about what happens then. So, this individual would proceedably take his ex-girlfriend's name and then proceed to transition with his ex-girlfriend's name like that. That is, without a verbatim, a literal revenge. That's saying, that is literally a person going like, I can be a better woman than you. And I'm gonna prove it. Because he wanted power over his ex. That is why I don't like that. That's the fake transitioning shit that I'm talking about. And Spark Neo, you weren't here for the rest of this conversation. So I'm not going to blame you for not knowing, But, no. I care about the trans because I'm trans. But I'm talking about the hypocrisy and the big fucking issues in the room that no one wants to talk about. And if you want to be that person in this room that goes, oh, are you one of those people that, you know, constantly attacks trans people and are bigoted, you literally did miss everything. My brother is trans, right? Female to male. I'm fucking sick and tired of having to hear the pain and suffering that they're going through because the community is making his life harder because you want to feel self-important. Because you want to be, it's a me thing. It's me. It's not about you. I'm tired of fucking people saying that trans people are the superior race. I'm tired of people demanding pronouns. I'm tired of people demanding shit. Instead of working hard, being the person you are, living your life while trying to stand up for your message. We don't need to be assholes, horrible pieces of shit to people that don't understand us. Well, they're being assholes to us. They're being rude to us. Okay, don't stoop to their fucking level. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to understand how to be a human being. So if you, Sparking Neo, want to say that I am a bigoted person for essentially holding people accountable for their actions that has nothing to do with anything but their humanity and their actions as a human being, then go for it. But you prove my fucking point. You don't want to hold people accountable. You don't want to acknowledge that there's a bigger issue in the room. Demanding things. Forcing people to do shit. If they don't, we're gonna cancel them. We're gonna go call up their jobs and their families and all this other really unnecessary and creepy shit. And uncalled for shit. Attack their sponsors. Attack this and that and all these other things. As if that's gonna solve anything. You're fighting fire with fire. Go fuck yourself. That is not how we should be doing this shit. I call out the hypocrisy where hypocrisy is due. No one wants to call out that shit because they'll be seen by the community that doesn't want to hear it as evil or you're against us, you're not truly us. No, you're not truly the situation because you are the loud, obnoxious, and annoying person in the room because you were bullied in middle school, elementary, and high school for being the weird kid in the room. So you think by transitioning or becoming gay or lesbian or whatever the fuck and joining the LGBT community is your way to be able to prove that you're better than other people because you're different. And it's like being cool because everybody wants to be different because that's the cool thing to do. Those are the people that I call out. Those people. Fuck that shit. Is that the right approach in your mind? The right approach does not exist. My approach is just the way that I personally have. That doesn't mean that my mind won't change. That doesn't mean that I can't have a conversation with somebody to come to a better conclusion. Maybe there's a better alternative for me and them to come to a better conclusion between the two of us. But guess what that's called? Communication. I'm not right. There is no right in this situation. It's do, learn, grow, be better. We make mistakes because we're human beings. I make mistakes. I'm a human. I will make a mistake again. But it's what I do after I make that mistake to never repeat that mistake again and learn from it, to develop and grow as a person so as to better my life and help people in my community to become better by helping them. If the way that I handle things isn't good and somebody comes to me and it's like, hey, I feel like you're being too rude to me. I'm trying my hardest, and they explain and they talk. We have this conversation. We don't fully see eye to eye, but I learned something new from them. I take that in strides. Then I change my approach because I've learned, grown, developed, made mistakes, took that mistake and learned from it so that I can become a better person and continue to evolve because humanity is good at evolving and making changes. We've just become so fixated on staying the same and demanding other people change for us. No, Stop demanding other people change. You change. You work on yourself. That's why I can only tell you about these things. That's why I can only call out the hypocrisy. I can't force you to change your humanity. I can't force you to stop doing the things you're doing. I can only call it out. That's it. That's all I can do, is I can call it out when it happens, where it happens. That is it. My approach can be changed and be better, but that's all I can do. There is no right in this scenario. There's no right and wrong. It's not black and white. It's full of nuance. It's full of color. It's all over the place. Which is ironic because it's, again, a community of, like, duh, right? But how many times have we seen the LGBT community attack each other just because they no longer agree with each other? Why do we have a gender called non-conformant, which makes zero fucking sense? What if you held a metal pipe and forced me to act the way you want to? Number one, I'd never do that. Pulling up a weapon and then being like, yeah, you change. They're not changing because they want to change. They're changing out of fear. There's a big difference. They're only changing right now in front of you because they're scared of you. If you have a gun in your hand and you point that at them and you tell them to stop doing X, Y, and Z, they're gonna stop doing that because now their life is in your hands. If I have a gun and you have a gun, we're at a standstill. If I have a gun and you have a knife, you're at gunpoint. And if I have a gun and you have nothing, your life is in my hands. That's something I think we should understand. Do you see what I'm talking about? That's the system in mind, right? A gun, like, equal understanding equals a conversation. Using leverage against somebody that doesn't have as much leverage, essentially, it's holding them at choke point. And when they have nothing, and they have nothing to defend themselves, they're at the mercy of you. And that's not acceptable. You know, that's just unacceptable behavior. End of the line. That's just unacceptable shit. And trans, LGBT, hell, just straight people. Everybody does this. I'm just talking about the LGBT because that's the thing that I know the most of, right? That's the community I'm in, and I call that shit out because I'm sick and tired of that community. But every community is the same fucking way. We all have these issues. Everybody has this shit happening in every community. Furry community has this shit happening to them. Fucking anime community has this shit happening. The VTuber community has this shit happening. The fucking streaming community has this shit happen. Everybody has this shit. It's not just one or the other. And whether you want to believe it or not, whether you want to claim that, like, one side can't be, you know, condemned, you're missing the whole fucking point. Everybody can be condemned. Everybody is responsible for their actions. It doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter what your instincts are. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. It doesn't matter what your sexually preferences are. It doesn't matter about, like, you know, like, how much money you have, except, you know, some say with the super rich people, they technically do. But you get my point. Every single person on Earth should be judged as a human being. And your actions should not be judged by the color of your skin, by the fucking gender that you are, nor your sexual preferences. Those should not dictate if you are allowed to be judged or not. All are equal to be judged by us, human beings. We judge each other because we are human. People, you are judging me right now based off of what I'm saying, right? Some of you might not resonate with me and might think that I'm just an asshole for saying the shit that I'm saying. Some of you be like, no, I totally agree. Some of you be like, well, I don't fully agree with you. That's called having a decision. That's called making your own conclusions. That's called having your own opinion. That's having the decision that you are making in that scenario. You get to make that decision. You get to have that choice. You get to come to those conclusions. And maybe me talking like this might convince something that you thought, well, actually, I didn't think like this before. I never thought about it like that. Me talking about it allows us to grow, allows us to open each other's eyes and have a conversation, because the point is having that conversation. Without that conversation, it's dead air, silence, and rage. People are fighting each other because they feel like it. People are trying to fight each other because they don't care. Destroying people just because you don't agree. People call you a possum? Why? Rude. Although I do love possums, they're cute. Have you seen possums? I was watching a bunch of possum videos on TikTok yesterday. They're so cute. I want a possum. They're so cute. Yes, exactly. People are scared of being wrong. People are scared of the other half of themselves. They don't want to come to a realization that they don't want to come to the realization that they might be wrong. People are scared of being wrong. I'm wrong. I know that some things I've said might be wrong. As in, like, somebody might come to me and be like, hey, actually, here's why this... It's like, again, remember, somebody talked about that person, I forget their fucking name, like, Tina? Right? Was it Tina? I think it was. Scroll back up to see. Oh, Lily Tino. Sorry, Tino. Lily Tino, right? I don't know Lily Tino, but a lot of people are seemingly... Because somebody else on the TikTok side basically called me Lily Tino because of what I was saying. Because they didn't get the whole context of the situation and just thought I was just blindly hating. And then they probably just left after that, just being, like, blindly hating. They probably just left immediately afterwards. You know? Because, again, they just want to be mad. They just want to find an excuse. They want to bully. They want to do these things. They don't want to have a conversation. They just want to be right and move the fuck on. That's it. They want to be right, and when they're not, they're mad. And when they're mad, they blame you. And they will call you all sorts of horrible, heinous shit so that, you know, even if it's wrong, even if they know they're bullshitting. Or worldview, some people base their self-worth or worldview of being right and would rather double down than admit to be wrong. It's insane behavior. It is. But it's common behavior now. And it sucks that it has to be common behavior. You know? Because it's so common, it just feels like... Hello, Noski. Welcome in. Sorry, we're talking about some, like, pretty deep shit right now. Apologies for anybody that's new that's hearing me talk about this. But, again, I'm very vocal. I'm a very vocal individual. You know, I speak my words. I just say what's on my mind. Because I truly believe in, like... in the message of, like, informing people. And again, if I'm wrong about something, speak up. You know, or if, like, you have a disagreement with something, speak up. It's important. Because it's not about who's right, who's wrong. It's about coming to a conclusion so that people can live their lives better. It's about us coming together as humanity, humans, and trying to better our lives. Like, when people come to me, they're like I say it all the time, like, I don't know anything about trans people. I don't know, you know? And I'm like, that's okay. I can explain it to you. You know? It's just so many times there are, like, and it's why I'm so vocal about the LGBT community, because they need to be held accountable for the shit they're doing. Like, a lot of communities right now need to be held accountable for the shit that they're saying and doing. And, like, you can just go on Twitter right now, and I guarantee you there's gonna be a conversation about some fucking bullshit between some of these communities, whether it's the Christian community, whether it's the, like, LGBT community, whether it's the black community, whether it's the Latino community, whatever the fuck it is. Somebody's having some bitchy moment about something that literally they have no right to be bitching about, just because they use some random excuse in order to, like, you know, avoid criticism. It's not cool. We need to be human. Every person is held accountable because we're humans. And if you're a content creator, like I am, right? Like, I'm a streamer. You should be even more held accountable. You have influence over other people's decisions and minds. This is why it's so important that I reiterate that I want to be held accountable. To be held accountable, to be treated... And I said this in that TikTok that I mentioned. I don't want to... I'm not a king. I'm not a queen. I'm not a knight. I'm a person, and I want to be treated like a person. Because I don't want to be... I don't want to be a streamer that essentially steps over other people. Basically, be above other people. I want to be a streamer that stands with people. Not above people, but with people. And to do that, I must be held accountable for the things that I do. This is why we love people like Markiplier. Because Markiplier holds himself accountable. Did you know that Markiplier literally admitted that he cheated in the 2020 mode or whatever in FNAF 2? He's like, yeah, it sounds about right. And you know what's crazy? Everybody was like, okay. Not a single person got mad at him after that. You want to know why? Because he didn't double down, triple down, make excuses. He just said, yeah, it sounds about right. Just admitted it and said he could always just replay it and do it again. Just how it is. It's interesting, right? Because the whole point is that. Actually, it's because of the outfit and the camera angle, by the way. Check it. So, the outfit makes it look like the zooming in angle, because it, like, the program I use has this weird zoom in angle thing. So, it makes it look a little strange. As you can see, it's still big, but that's also because the outfit. So, if I turn to the side, you'll notice that the outfit, their outfits are different layers. So, have you ever put on, like, baggy clothes? Like, any woman who's got, like, big old titties, right? It's gonna know what happens when you put extra clothes on, right? When you put, like, extra baggy clothes on, or just clothes in general. It adds an extra layer over it. You ever heard of, like, push-up bras and, like, padded bras and stuff like that? It's an extra space in there to give this effect that it's bigger than it actually is. And that can happen in these models. Because, again, it's just extra layers of clothes that creates that effect, and when the camera gets zoomed in, it makes it look way bigger than it actually is, but the further I get away from it, the more normal it looks. Just little 3D thing for you there. I mean, sure, they're big, but, hey. Are you really gonna complain about big old titties? It puts bad rep on VTubers? No, it does not. Zendrea. I'll just... Milky. Iron Mouse. Spite. How many, like... Shy Lily. Let's see. Let me just pull up all my list of, like, the VTubers I actually, like, watch. Project Melody, who's a lewd tuber, right? Who does off-brand stuff, right? Hell, even Neanders has got bigger boobs recently. Boom, 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 boom. Buff Pup. That's another one with some pretty sized boobs. Michi, Mata. I'm gonna look up VTubers with big boobs. Novella. Yeah, there's Novella, Mori. Oh, fucking Hololive Girl. That's going on my search history. Holy! Fucking motherfuckers are huge! Don't forget Fifi. Yeah, Fifi. Fifi too. God, I love Fifi. She's funny. Fifi. Milky. Like, I want to keep that in mind. Milky. She's got super big boobs because she's a cow. We got Coco. For medium is premium. Narissa Ravencroft, my Kamiyoshi. Haruka. We got, you know, let's see. Oh yeah, Numi. Hell, I don't like her, but Cinder too. There's Cinder. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, again, there are plenty of, like, we got Bow the Whale. You got, like, everybody has boobs. It's not that big a deal. Korone. Fuwamoko. I believe specifically Fuwawa. Like, boobs are just not... Boobs come in all different shapes and sizes, man. Like, again, I don't know. It's like, boobs are boobs, man. There's, like, a real IRL streamer, like, right now. Her name is, I believe, Uwu something. I forget what her name is. Like, oh, SK Uwu. That's it. She has IRL massive titties. Like, huge. She's just a really fun streamer. She just streams video games and shit. Like, seriously, she's just on there. She streams on there, man. Like, meanwhile, I mean, there are other streamers out there on this platform. Like, do we need to talk about Alinity? Do we need to talk about, like, all of the female streamers that are IRL that basically specifically literally show too much? Like, there was this one IRL girl who fucked on stream. She got banned for a week. No, I think it wasn't even a leak. I think it's like 3 days. What the fuck? Dude, there was a woman who gave birth on stream. On Twitch. Live birth on fucking twitch.tv. Are we still Trust me. Big titties are your least concern. There are women out there giving birth on stream. It's fucking wacky as shit. That shit's fucking wacky as fuck, dog. That's like, all I'm saying is, like, again, boobs are boobs. If they're too big and you don't like big boobs or whatever, you think it's just unrealistic or whatever, that just might not be your style, you know what I'm saying? Just go find streamers you enjoy. If you don't like VTubers, then just don't like VTubers. You don't have to. That's, like, perfectly reasonable. Just don't attack them. Just don't, like, fucking belittle them. That's basically it. Cause, like, hate is really fucking boring. I'm not gonna lie. That shit's overrated as fuck. I'm just gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with everybody. Hate is boring as hell. Why hate when you could just go find something to do and have fun? Enjoy life instead of figuring out what magic ability can I find to hate? Like, what else can I do to fucking hate on people? I wonder what else I can do. Maybe I could do this or that. Hate with no purpose is just a boring utility. It's just there to cure your boredom, and you'll get bored of doing that too. Until somebody finds something else to do. Until the next new thing happens and hate becomes irrelevant, and now the next thing is to, I don't know, thirst trap or something, I don't know. Like, again, it's just like, live your life, do what you want, do what you like, but, like, going to random people that you don't know and just being like, use a bitch. That's funny as shit, at least in my head. It's like, coming to this stream, use a bitch. Just look at you, what the fuck? Then I laugh about it because I thought it was funny. But in the end of the day, I mean, it's just like, they're kind of laughing at you. Not with you. Because, to me and you, I'm a stranger. I don't know you, you don't know me. So it just looks weird, you know? It's one of those things that I feel like, you can spend your time doing so much on this earth right now. Right? There's so much you can do on this earth right now. We have such a short lifespan. Any day we could just fall over too. And just die. I could just die right now, like, and just die. I don't know. It could just happen. Why waste your precious moments of life every second you breathe worrying about what other people are doing? Worry about yourself. Love yourself. Figure out something you want to do with your life. It's just better to do that. Disintegrates. Yeah, it's... Like, just be happy. Just figure something else out, you know? It's just better. Ah, here it is. Alright. Hopefully that works a little bit better. Being productive and stuff is hard. I mean, being productive is hard, but I didn't say you have to figure out something productive to do. Fuck it, just go play a video game. I don't know. Play a video game, learn to draw. I don't know. Learn to code. Dude, exist. You can just function without functioning in society. You can just function. Hating just gets just... I am not coding. I didn't say you had to code. I don't know, go watch your favorite show like Adventure Time. That fucking shit rocks. You know? Go find something that you can do to spend your time. You know? Some people collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you know? Some people just enjoy life. If you don't want to enjoy life and you just rather just continue to hate, you're either like super fucking young and you watch people on Kick.com or watch a bunch of TikTok streamers that are basically like trying to be assholes the whole time and you're like, oh, that's cool. That's great. That's a cool thing to do. Let's do that. Yeah, I want to be just like them. It's like, that's usually just, I don't know. It just is what it is. I'm not gonna blame you, you know? I'm not gonna like fucking go at you for doing it. I'm just gonna like point it out and then I may or may not laugh at it, depending if it sounds funny. Like, dude, I had a person come to me literally just to hate on me. I talked about this not that long ago. Literally, somebody came to me after I cussed them out in Spanish after they were saying that, like, I was basically, like, being, like, really bigoted, right? On purpose, right? To, you know, try to get under my skin. I just laughed about it, cussed them out in Spanish for fun. And they were like, go back to your country. First time I ever heard that, bruh, that shit made me fucking laugh. That was fucking hilarious. You have no idea how funny that was. Just so fucking stupid. You know? It's just... There's just no fucking point. Racism is either very stupid or just straight racism. It usually happens like that. Why is breathing hard? If you have a hard time breathing, you might want to go to the doctor if it's actually a problem. Go to the doctor. If it's becoming an issue. That or you're having an anxiety attack. There's that too. Or you could just be, you know, partly out of shape. Even if you're not... Out of shape doesn't mean fat, by the way. Out of shape literally just means that your body is not naturally used to, like strenuous amounts of work. Out of shape literally just means that your body is not functioning at its most optimal. Does not have anything to do with your weight. There's a misconception about that. It's like, oh, yeah. It's like, nope. It's not about that. I thought about breathing and forgot how to breathe. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like,
Oh, I can't breathe now. God.
dies. Shall we duel? But before I duel, I'm going to cheat by shave stating, because I'm an asshole. I feel like breathing things when I have... You know, when I used to get sleep paralysis when I was younger, I would always go like... I'd breathe rapidly, and then it would jumpstart my fucking heart, and I would go like, duh! And I would just spasm in my bed, like, duh! Do I play Master Duel? Sometimes, dependently. Master Duel's not really my favorite thing anymore. It used to be. I used to love Master Duel, but I got bored of it. Because, like, it's just... I don't know, it's just the same shit. It's the meta, 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 and then it's the meta. And then it's just the meta, and then Pot of Greed! This allows me to draw 3 additional cards! That's not how that works! And then I play Pot of Greed! You guys want to hear a funny story? I got sleep paralysis when I had the flu. And while I was tripping balls out on the you know, the medicine that I had to take, because I had to take a lot. And when I was, like, in middle school, when I was, like, in bed, I couldn't move. I looked towards my ceiling fan. And as I looked towards my ceiling fan, I legitimately, like, all of a sudden, as I'm tripping balls, sweating, and I couldn't move and freaking out, I see a tiger's head floating around the fucking ceiling fan going, "Rah!" And I'm just like, "Huh, huh, huh," and then it just, like, looks at me for one frame and then charges at me, and I'm like, "Ah!" And then I got out of my sleep paralysis. I've never had that happen again, but it was really fucking funny. While this card is equipped to the monster card, the monster cannot be destroyed in battle. Why would you put that on the rat? Wait, why would you do that to the rat? Its entire thing is it needs to be destroyed. Right. First, I'll activate Upstart Goblin and give you 1,000 extra. So I can draw 1 card. Which is good. I can activate this afterwards, but I'm gonna try to bait out, see if he's got anything to bait. So I'm gonna tribute our friend's her monster to summon a 2300 beat stick, essentially. How could you fall for the bait so fast? And you use there are so many better spell cards or trap cards to use. Why the fuck did you use that? Fuck you, I'm using Monster Reborn. Go fuck yourself. Welcome back, my monster. Silent Magician level 5 is now back on the field. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you, I'm using United We Stand. It's not gonna work, I don't think. Though it would be funny. Oh, it did work. Never mind. We're good. And now I'm gonna hit you, because fuck you. Fucking idiot. And now I have a 3100 beat stick that's gonna have to require you to do something else. I activate Sanctuary in the Sky. Battle damage to the controller of the fairy type monsters involving this battle, including the monster type, becomes 0. So he's trying to summon a fairy monster. Ah, he's using a ritual monster. Interesting. I activate my monster's effect. Yeah, he's trying to pull out a ritual card. Oh, Zant. Too bad he's not going to be very useful here. He's a fiend type. It's a fiend! Why? Why not use the plethora of fairy fucking ritual monsters if you're gonna have the fairy field? You a boy? No. I'm trans. No, this is Patrick. This is Patrick. Also, hello, Spooksicle. I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, but welcome in, Spooksicle. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. I can tell the story because nothing bad happened. I never had sleepless, but I had to really see, like, real horrors in the night once. Yeah, that happens. Okay. Stupid trans. VR chat. Okay. Did you forget that my monster's unaffected by fucking spell cards? I think he forgot my monster is unaffected by spell cards. Do I want to activate his effect? I can summon him and it'll negate all spell cards on the field, but he is stronger. It'll disable all spell cards. I don't have a trap card, but that I lose United We Stand. But I do get full spell negation. Instead of... because he's unaffected by spell cards. So I could destroy all of them. Or keep him. Because there's a trap card there, so I could instantly screw myself. Ah. Activate Silent Magician's effect. This allows me to pull my monster and summon Silent Swordsman level 7. Of course, any field spells... nope, it's negated. That looks like it says it's negated. Yeah, that looks like it's negated. Even though it's still on the battlefield, it says that it's negated. And while we're at it, we're gonna summon our Queen's Knight. The fuck is this? You summoned a monster. No. Forced back. Negate the... oh. Thank God I didn't accidentally click on that. Alright, let's see what you got, buddy. You got anything? Ah! Yeah, let's just go ahead and get that out of the way, because that's going to be probably a nuisance to everybody. It's going to make a lot of people in chat uncomfortable. Sorry! But I don't want to make other people uncomfortable. I can already tell it's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. Just Yeah, let's not, you know? There we go. Sorry, yeah, we had somebody on the TikTok basically being, like, really bad. Specifically. Not you, Spook. Just somebody on TikTok was basically talking down to people, including myself. You know, just saying a bunch of shit to be edgy. Specifically. They were just being really, really fucking edgy and, like, talking about, like, people and Down syndrome and shit like that. Just clearly just trying to be as edgy as possible. And it was just gonna make a bunch of people uncomfortable. I'm very tolerative of a lot of conversations, but that's clearly just somebody just doing it for the sake of it. They're just trying to get a lot of attention. That's what they wanted. They just wanted attention, but I wasn't giving it to them, so they were trying to increase the extreme amount of shit they were saying. That is wild. That's wild, by the way. That's not bad. It's just, that's funny. Is that the incredible Mr. Gassy? Or whatever the fuck his name was? Did anybody remember that? That somebody actually paid for that? Paid for that fucking animation? I saw a whole YouTube documentary about it. It was really fucking funny. Speed it up. So basically my neighbor came home drunk. The only person that was in there was apparently he was too drunk to notice he wasn't in his house to talk. Was talking like near hospitalization level drunk, and I woke up and see a man in the middle of the night in my room. I'm like, oh shit, sleep around, Steven. Thinking that it was my neighbor, just fucking collapsed, and I realized it was real. Could you imagine thinking that's like a sleep paralysis demon, and then all of a sudden he just like fucking the sleep paralysis demon, too drunk, falls over. I have your sleep paralysis, dick. Fucking falls over. Just Sakuretsu armor. Technically, that wasn't by the effect of a monster, either. That wasn't a battle effect. So you can't activate his battle's effect. Ooh. Draw. Not looking particularly great. Did you really just use Magic Jammer on that? That's not even that big a deal, man. You just wasted...
Oh, banana.
Banana. I cannot believe he just activated that on a fucking... You are so stupid. Queen's Knight, go fuck yourself. Are we so deadass? Bro literally sat here and said, yeah, this sounds about fucking right. I'm surprised you even thought that that was an acceptable fucking combo. There are several cards you should be worried about, and instead you worry about reinforcements of the army. To negate that, of all cards. I've got much. I just, like, throw the fucking cards, show them. I have Monster Reborn! I have Monster Reborn! You're a fucking idiot! You know, sometimes I probably would do that. I'm like, I activate my Face Stone card. Blind Destruction. Oh, interesting. Alright, here I go. We're just seeing how this goes. So it destroys all monsters of that level, huh? Alright. Just gotta wait. Just gonna skip through this, because honestly, waiting for each person to do their fucking turns is extremely, extremely fucking boring. We are not getting... Okay, we're resetting. The odds of me getting these cards is just not okay. I'm not getting a single card that I should be getting because the game wants to cheat. Because I have way too high of a win rate. If I had more losses, I would be getting cards I need. If anybody's curious how Tag Force works specifically, if you win too often, the game will try very hard to make you lose. It'll shuffle the cards in the favor of the enemy and not you most of the time. Right. Well, well, well. What if I use Upstart Goblin? Let's see if you activate Magic Jammer. You did not? Okay. Well. What if I use Harpy's Feather Duster? And now... Oh, you had Level Bind. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Alright, we're gonna use this to summon you into attack mode. And then I can use this to level up. Just like that. Reshuffle my deck. And now we have a monster that negates all spell cards in the entire fucking duel. Making only trap cards useful and monster effects. And that's about it. Alright, skip. Ah! He's really just... They're really... Why would you get a spell card back? I just watched them get a spell card. Like, I'm gonna get a spell card. Yeah, now they're deadlocked. They don't have any abilities right now. If I get Royal Oppression, they would be fucked. I can't use Shadowy Stand. It's not gonna work. But I can do this and increase my monster's attack power, making all of my monsters incredibly powerful. Yeah, let's just go with you and see if that... Alright, keep summoning monsters. Go ahead, keep doing it. You're gonna run out of monsters eventually. I don't think you have that many, fucking dragon monsters. Opponent's effect, does not activate. Nope, that was your entire board now. Spell cards are fundamentally useless. They're really trying super hard to stall for... They really are just trying... He's just trying to get all the life points back and make this duel just as long as possible. That's a real strategy that real players use, by the way. It's an obnoxious setup. For every monster you do get, we also keep just adding to our pool of monsters. I mean, granted, what are you gonna do at that point? We have Silent Magician stopping all of that. The only thing they can do is have, like, a trap card. And now you're getting hit for everything that you weren't getting hit by before. And if I draw Royal Oppression, this duel is already over. Because once Royal Oppression is in my hand, or if I, you know, I could probably put Switch in Jinzo if I needed to. Because you can see that they're just trying to stall for as long as they can. You see what I mean? They are literally just trying to stall for as long as possible. I haven't been able to pull Royal Oppression, so it probably would be smart to switch in a Jinzo somewhere. Because at that point, it'd probably just go really well. Because now they're just running out of time. They're just delaying the inevitable fucking death. Over and over again, you're just... What the fuck just happened? There we go. See, There was a strategy back in old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Which was called the deck out strategy. Like, it was like a deck out strategy, right? It would cause you to either, they would try to mill you, or they would just basically have infinite life points to try to survive all of your damage. They would be, these two players right here would be, probably beat the fuck up in this universe, because that's a very frowned upon, like, strategy. It's considered an unsportsmanlike, setup. Most people do, like, when you're trying to play a game, I mean, then again, modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty unsportsmanlike. Everybody's just taking 1,000 years. Everybody's just constantly, basically doubling up on that effect. There's a volcano. I believe when you get 90 medals... Whoops. No. Save again. I messed up to save because it started on no for some fucking reason. When you only get one save file. Let's go to the volcano. Are they're part of the tag team tournament? What the fuck? What an interesting duo. They be fucking, aren't they? Shall we duel? Well, hello. I am Damon. Me draw best than anyone. Draw? You mean duel? Same thing to me. One metal. You beat? You bet? With me draw, me win. Alright. Where the fuck was this character this entire fucking time? I gotta be careful, because I don't know either of their strategies. Most of the characters I know strategy. Why would you use a card like that? There's plenty of better equip spell cards out there. He activates Pot of Greed. Oh! Oh, he's using Fiendish Order. Holy shit. Once per turn, you can pay fucking 500 life points to declare one card name. Pick up the top card from your deck, and if that card's name is the one you declared, add it to your hand. If not, send that card to the graveyard. Interesting. I've never seen anybody really try that strategy just out of the pocket like that. Let's set that up. I'll activate this. And we will pull... Oh, sorry. We'll pull a... Jack's Knight from our hand. Sekiro to armor. And we'll save that. And then I'll summon Queen's Knight in attack mode. And I will activate the effect of King of the Swamp to exchange it for a polymerization to allow myself to shuffle my deck. Then we'll enter the battle phase. Enter and see what happens. What? Boom. Then, we'll hit you for some points, if that allows it. Dude is so fucking jacked. Did you know that he used to look like he used to look really weird? Like, he was like a loser guy, and then he just decided he was so bad at fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Draw. Like, he got really bad hand draws every fucking time that he trained in the mountains. And then he just became ripped as fuck. Like, it became like a legendary guy who could draw any card he wanted. Very easily. Oh, you're a spirit user. What if I said no? Trying to draw cards, I see. Interesting strategy. Spirit monsters, huh? She might be running Gravekeeper. I activate Pot of Greed. The one problem is that because she's also using the same field, she's gonna keep throwing a bunch of trap cards down that might not be beneficial to us. And I'm worried she's now got Snatch Steal, Snatch Steal. That's not what we want from her. Let's see what happens. Oh no! Why not? So now you can place it. Yeah, she is using Gravekeepers. I was right. I actually own those cards too. You gotta stop falling for that, girl. Use the high attack monster, idiot. Dragged down into the grave. You and your opponents look at each other's hands and select one card from each. And then send that card. So it takes DD Lady Warrior and takes your Mimic level 1. He's got a Mimic level. Why would you take the Mimic level 1 out of all those cards? That was like the weakest card. Yeah, sure, he gets a draw effect out of it if he manages to summon it, but it has to survive the turn to do that. Radio, I activate King's Knight, which I'll activate its effect. This effect allows me to summon King's Knight directly onto our battlefield. And now there's extremely high level powered monsters on our field. So 2,000. Our best bet is to use Jack's Knight. What we're going to do is we are going to attack your Graveskeeper, destroy it. Then we're going to take our next highest monster that isn't too strong. Destroy that. And then we're going to attack your life points directly. Oh! Damn. Get him. Also, oh no. Thank you for the rose. Thank you, thank you. Make it a server win? Probably never. I mean, especially with how Discord is right now. Where they're spying on people and all that other extra shit. You good. Thanks. But let's change up the pace, shall we? I'm gonna use Polymerization. And I'm gonna fuse 3 of my monsters to summon one of my ace monsters. Joker. Persona! And I end my turn. My turn. Go ahead. I could skip through this, but... They place the face down. Yeah, our consistency's a little bit more up now, which is great, but it needs to be a little bit more consistent. I'm surprised I'm not pulling all my draw cards out of all the cards that I have. Surprising. Let's fight! And we did it! I didn't realize how much skill you had. Cool. You're not supposed to show up till later. No, Mido could draw key card. Here, take metal. Thanks. Will not happen again. You sure? Are you sure about that? We could fight these guys. I wonder what they do. We need to fight as many people as we can. Because we need 90 medals. We need 90 of them. Let's duel. A duel, sure. How many medals? How about 1? Sure. Why is everybody so fucking cheap, man? Give me more medals. And I'd be betting all my medals. Because I know I'd win. Oh, he's a spellcaster. I saw that. Use crossed out designator. Interesting. Right, place this face down. Each time you or your opponent activates a spell card, put a spell counter on it. By removing any number of spell counters, you can destroy one face-up monster on the side with attack with 700 face-up monster on the field with an attack equal to or less than 700x the number of tokens you have. Interesting. I'll go ahead and pass. Gonna destroy all monsters, huh? They're going for some pretty heavy hits. No, not yet. Just want to see how it goes. Okay. Wow, they're really going heavy-handed. Let's just activate this to prevent that from happening. Let's see, that's 1600 attack, and that's 1600 attack. Herb. Nah, we gotta reset the duel. We're not drawing cards, the fundamental cards that we should be drawing, so it's not worth keeping it up. So just skip through it like usual. And this is the problem with the duel. Like, this is the part where the game where you base everybody cheats. Because there is not a single reason not to win every duel. Because it's such a long and boring and arduous fucking thing. The fuck does that even do? Each time you or your opponent activate the spell card, you can put a spell okay, so he's trying to go for spell counters. Mystical Space Typhoon. Get rid of it. No Tower of Babel, please. Speak of Discord being dumb, I left entirely for a different app, not TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak doxes your IP when you join a server, but, like, people are saying that they'll come back if they change the ID verification, but they also said they read every message on more public stage, and everyone is overlooking that. Yeah, I can see that being a bit of a problem. Right. So, let's see. First, we're going to place this down. Then I'm going to activate the spell card, Swords of Revealing Light. Then, I'll let you have that. Just so I could do this. And I'm gonna save that for now. Skipping through. Alright, that's 2 out of 3 cards, right? Okay, let's see. We're not pulling exactly what we want. Right. We'll activate United We Stand. Go ahead. Went to the battle phase. Destroy that monster. Not yet. hope Alexis will know what I'm planning. Sword to Revealing Light is over. She's got 2 Commander Knights now, which has now just boosted everybody's attack power. Destroyed. He activates his monster's effect. What the fuck was that? He can special summon a monster. He chooses that monster, the Howling Insect. When this card is destroyed, it's at the base result bad, he can special summon another. Okay, everybody's doing this. Wow, they really chose to go down that strategy for stall. Almost every character we fought so far is stalling. Like, the literal fucking rule that everybody has about stall. Why no one likes it, and the reason why most tournaments kind of just outrule that shit. Because it's just not... It's not a fun strategy to deal with. Because they'll just keep summoning a monster over and over and over again. And the only way to get rid of it is by doing that type of shit. You see what I mean? So she activates Royal Oppression so that the Call of the Haunted no longer is in effect. Which is good. See, it's the reason why I think, like, stalling is such a very shitty, thing. It just sucks. It's boring. It's dumb. You stall for so long to the point where you'll deck out with it. The whole point of it is to deck you out. And if only I could, I don't know. They ran out of cards now, so they don't have anything left. And that's the whole point, is to try to deck you out. But a deck out strategy requires you to fully rely on it, but they can't. So the AI can't rely on a full deck out strategy. They just keep stalling for a very long time, so all I gotta do is just get the right card I'm looking for. I don't know what this card does. No. Alright. Royal Oppression. Right. Almost forgot about Royal Oppression on the field. My brain's like, oh, wait. Royal Oppression's on the field. See, this is taking, like... It's the stalling thing that's a problem. So now we gotta restart again because we're not pulling cards that we should because the game wants me to lose. The game is forcing me to lose because it doesn't want... I've won too often. And now, it's not drawing cards, even though my deck is extremely efficient. It doesn't matter how efficient your deck is, and so this is how you spend most of your duels. Now, imagine you didn't have the save state, and you had to reload the save every single time this happened. Like, every single time you wanted to do anything in this game, you weren't allowed to do that. And that's basically how this game functions. And it's just, essentially just really badly designed. Like, these fights are just poorly designed. Now no trap cards will ever be used. And she keeps placing cards down. I don't want her to place cards down. And also, we are pulling things we don't want. Again. First, Raigeki. So now, it's not worth trying to summon this guy anymore, because while the spell card part of it is gone, we lost a card. We lost our Royal Oppression for some reason. I didn't even pay attention to why we lost Royal Oppression there. So now it's a reset again. Which is pissing me off now that I have to constantly reset this duel over and over again because these guys just have stall and high-level counterspell cards, which is just absolutely a diabolical and bannable offense in most fucking teams because it's just absolutely just degenerate play. And degenerate play gets you banned from most of your shit. And again, not looking good, so it's another reset, because like I said, I'm at a point in the game where now I've won so often that the game legitimately does not want me to actually play the game. So now we're just spending time until we till I fucking draw a card that I need. And no, not at all. I need the immediate combo, or it's just not gonna work. At this point, it'd just be better to switch over to like, a different deck. At this point, because these guys are just being cheesy, it's just best to just immediately fuck their shit up. So we're gonna switch over to the deck I didn't want to do, because I wanted to actually play the game, but, you know, at this stage of the game, it's just pissing me off, because these guys are just cheese fucking, like, this is, like, the literal players that I deal with in, like, in other capacities. So, we're using Dark World because it's just better. It's the S tier deck, tier 0 in this deck, for a reason. So I'm gonna save state again, because it looks like I'm forced to use a deck, because every single duel is literally stall. They're literally like, yeah, let's just stall the game. Let's just stall, huh? Instead of building a fun deck that actually works. Nope. Activate its effect. Discard a card. Rock monster. Out of there. And we didn't even draw a good set of cards, by the way. And yet we're already making several times the progress, and we're still gonna have to do a reset, by the way. There's a high chance we'll have to reset. There we go. We'll see how this goes, because, again, these guys are basically cheating. They have a strategy for every deck we're using. I'm about to get rid of one of my only good cards. And like I said, it's the same problem as I talked about last time. Like, this stage, they're basically cheating their way to victory. Because the game is giving them a free pot shot. But, because our deck is extremely efficient, we were able to get this board cleared, thanks to why I played Alexis as well. As much as she's annoying, she has the best cards to dealing with any annoying setup. And just like that, Dark World wins again, baby. Hello, Bronco. Welcome in. So yeah, that's the one thing I dislike about the Tag Force stuff, is that they offer such little medals for the difficulty. Like, it doesn't make sense that was such a difficult duel, and you get one medal for it. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the amount of effort that it takes to deal with, like, some of this shit. Like, we're just trying to get enough cards, right? We're just trying to get enough medals. It's super stupid. Hello, Byggy. Welcome in. Why'd this turn into a fucking horror game? Next thing you know, we're gonna find like a dead body somewhere. Look at Paul, look at Paul, look at Paul. Is that a dead body? Yup! This fucking asshole. You know, it's funny, I'm pretty sure this area has no connotation whatsoever. Except for the one dark thing about this area is that there's a female student and a teacher, by the way, in an abandoned place far away from the outskirts of people. No, no, no. No, no, no. We need to find some place with enough, because we need 90, I'm pretty sure it's 90 medals. Let me look at the wiki that I have pulled up, just in case. I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure it's 90 medals. Yeah, you need to get all 90 medals. Which means we have to go to every single fight in the game. This is where the part of the game just sucks. You have to fight pretty much everybody, because they're only gonna offer you a small handful of fucking shit. I love how my intro to knowing who Logan Paul is by hearing about the Forest incident. Yeah, basically a lot of people's first introduction to him was basically him being an idiot. So to make this go by faster, we're using Dark World, just because, again, it'll just go by faster. The deck is incredibly powerful. At least they offered 5. Right. Now we're skipping through this because, again, this part just sucks to just sit through. It's cool to see them, like, you know, summon cards and like that, but when I'm at this stage of the game, it just... Let's see if you negate this. Ooh, that was Solemn Judgment. Dangerous. He's running a toon strategy. And like I said, the reason why this deck is so efficient is because it literally deals with all things. You know, instead of building a fun deck, we gotta build a deck that basically just follows up. At least destroy one of your monsters that way. And then... Why would you use my monster? God... This is why I hate partners. This is why I hate partners. This is why I hate partners. This is why we hate partners in this fucking game. Activate the effect. Discard my monster. Machine monster. Goodbye. Also, now I gotta restart because I forgot Tribe Infecting Virus doesn't activate the effect sometimes when it should. Because it was sent from my hand to the graveyard. But now, I gotta reset because it didn't activate, because I keep forgetting that the game doesn't register Dark Worlds in that card for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why some rules apply and others do not. Because this is the reason why this game gets really fucking annoying really fucking fast. And it's due to some weird bug that these cards don't activate when they should. So, we're activating card destruction. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now we activate Dark World Lightning to destroy that card and send this to the graveyard so that I can activate this and then summon this. No. Now we're gonna flip you over. No. And now we're gonna beat the shit out of you. And now I'm going to beat you the fuck up for wasting my time. I don't think that's enough, per se. I don't think that's enough to OTK. Think we'll be shy short of OTKing. Or not. We might... No, we're good. No, we're good. We're OTKing them. I couldn't handle it. Mickey, I couldn't do it. I had to use the... I couldn't handle it. I got controlled by the darkness again. And you've been OTK'd. Congratulations. So, yeah, there's a reason why Dark Worlds can be extremely powerful in the first game, because they were literally the most broken cards. We can just basically on-turn kill the fuck out of them. If we get the right cards. Which usually we should, because of the consistency of the cards. We're just speed blitzing through this. Perfect. We activate Pot of Greed to shuffle through our deck. Perfect. We activate a Rising Energy. And a Rising Energy. Then we're going to summon the Mad King in attack mode. Nope. Then we're going to activate Card Destruction. While this could benefit them as well, there's a high chance it'll benefit us more. Does he toss the coin right? He did not. He just milled his own fucking deck. And we have Dark World Lightning. So, he just milled his own fucking deck, and he's got no cards. And now... we're gonna activate Dark World Lightning for fun. Mainly, it's just to do exactly what I wanted to do. So we're gonna destroy one of our own cards, so that I can get rid of this card, activate its effect to make sure that I have an extra card in the hand, or extra card on the field. Activate it, like so. Then, we are going to special summon our boy. Actually, it's only Fiend cards, right? So, nah, I could, but is this enough? 23, 23, 18, 16. And that's also going to be for the fact that we're also going to have to destroy that guy. So let's see real quick. Calculator time, as usual. Calculator. Okay. So. The 23 plus 2300 plus 1800 plus 1600 would equal 8,000 exactly. But now we need to equivalate to using this card. So instead, we're gonna go 1600 minus 1200, which should equal 400. So it'll be 400 damage. That'll be 7,000 that he has left over. So then we're gonna go 2300 plus 2300. And we're gonna flip this card over so we can do some damage with it. So we're gonna add that as well. So we're gonna add plus 800 plus 1800 would equal would equal 1732. Once per turn, by discarding one card from the hand, you can destroy one face-up attack position monster on your enemy side of the field. Oh. Okay, then. Well, that solved my problem. I did that extra math for fucking nothing. And that's another on-turn kill. La la la, on-turn kill, die die die. On-turn kill. Talk about insanity. Just a secondary on-turn kill. I tell people all the time. Dark Worlds is extremely broken. It can be extremely fucking annoying to get hit to... The problem with Dark Worlds is they're just boring. They just get boring after a while. If you use it so often, because it's such an easy... It's such an easy deck to build, and it's such a useful deck, as it... Literally, this is the second on-turn kill we were able to do, essentially. By spamming the board from the graveyard, we're instantly able to stop our opponent from essentially playing the fucking game. And now we have 40 medals. Do those guys duel? I don't think they do. The Princess Brothers are also in the tournament, because we don't trust our younger brother Chaz. Okay, do you want a duel then? Fine, we'll wager 4 medals. Sure. Alright, let's see how this goes. We're just gonna speed through. We're gonna speed run this. Everybody's using Pot of Greed. So they just stalled us. I don't think... Okay, I just want to make sure. Right, Dark World Lightning. Oh, they changed the card. I didn't realize, but Dark World Lightning in this game doesn't work the way that the way that it works nowadays. Just realized that. Graceful Charity. What if I MST this? I don't think that's how that works. I activate that. And then I set this down. And call the Haunted. And I can't really do very much else with this current set. I can't OTK them right now. But I could severely damage their life points. I could switch this into attack position. And then we can... I think we can battle now, right? Because, yeah, we can battle now. Because Sword of Revealing Light has been destroyed. Because there was this weird rule in some of the other games where if Sword of Revealing Light was destroyed, I think it was Master Duel, where Sword of Revealing Light being destroyed, Sword of Revealing Light for some reason still activated, and it would still go through regardless if you destroyed with an MST or not, which I don't think that's how that works, but some games actually did do that, and I don't remember if Tag Force was one of them. Because the rule for Swords of Revealing Light apparently were super fucking confusing about, like, oh, the Sword of Revealing Light's active is already active, so that technically it'll still work even when the card's destroyed, even though it has to remain faced up on the field in order to activate. It stays there to indicate that it's there for 3 turns, but it's already technically active, and it's an effect that can't be interrupted. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not how that fucking works. You want to destroy that card, huh? Well, what if I Raigeki break you? And send a monster to the graveyard. Like this one. Though it has to be my turn to activate the effect, so... That's also not part of the rules, but for some reason, the Tag Force doesn't register that I'm there. And it registers Alexis is coming in next. And Alexis is not using my deck, so she can't activate the effect. It has to be me. So that's kind of one of the funny downsides. But it doesn't really matter, because we already won. Ta-da! Like I said, look how fast this is in comparison. I'm trying to have a good deck and just having fun, and the game cheats it, and then followed by Dark World just not caring most of the time. It's very hard for the game to try to cheese Dark World out of a win. Due to the fact that Dark World just throws itself into the graveyard. So most of the things that they want to do, it won't work very well. So we already have 43 medals. That's great. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I want to try to get as many medals as I can as possible. Since I need to get 90 medals. It's funny because while I like the Tag Force games, it's unironic that I hate the tag part of the Tag Force game. Like, badly. Because so often would have been better if it was just... If Tag Force was more about, like, actually just, like, being in the universe. Like, that's why Spirit Caller is kind of interesting, because on the DS, Spirit Caller, you just had your own deck, and you could actually progress in ranking in the school as well. You could actually become a, you know, a yellow raw and an obelisk if you worked hard enough at the school half of it as well, and actually pass your test. You would actually see slight improvements in where you stay. Your outfit can change. You got, like, you actually got to customize your character a little bit. So I thought that was quite fucking interesting. And I feel like, well, this game is just obviously better with visual-wise, because again, PSP, obviously. I still find it really interesting that that game tried a lot harder at trying to fill the role of the shoes of, like, oh god, that seems like a nightmare duel. Save. And I'm pretty sure you have to duel pretty much everybody in the game. in order to get to where we are. Cool. Right, gonna face this face down. And then I'm going to... You know, I'm gonna Dark World Lightning this. I don't know why it always starts on my side for card destruction. Alright, now we're gonna battle. We're gonna take you out. That just reminds me of the guy who, like, was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And, like... He was playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, IRL at a table, and then he got, like... He's like... no, he's like, that's a kill. That... you lose. He's like, oh... And he's like, oh, oh, he like did the whole sound effects, and then he just like, and they started picking up his cards. I thought it was really fucking funny. The dude was fun. I would love to play Yu-Gi-Oh with that guy. Where is he now? That looked fucking awesome. Man, my boss monster is showing up all the time. Look at Raviel. I only have one copy of Raviel in my deck, and he's just like, yup, I'm here. He really wants to fight. He's power hungry. He's hungry for that shit. He wants that shit. He wants it. Like, I love, like, the effect of the dueling and stuff like that. I understand why they had to get rid of this type of shit, right? Because it just kept popping up so often. My monster attacks directly, you know. Over and over and over again. I think that's it. I think. No, I think there's still a little bit more. Nope, it's over. Yeah, it's... She seems to use my Dark Worlds way better than any other deck. Every time, she just abuses all my other decks. But when it comes to Dark World, she doesn't do shit with it. She just kills things with it. Whoa, I lost, man. Well, here you go. Thanks. That's kind of what I mean. It's just like, Dark World is just such an interesting deck because it's just quite overpowered. And it gets boring, but, like, it's kind of needed at the late game. Because you have to duel a bunch of fucking people, and they only give you a small handful of fucking medals. It's so fucking annoying. Like, most of the time I'm just skipping through this shit, you know? First, activate Dark World Lightning. To destroy this card. Well, would you look at that? Somebody's using Royal Decree. Quite fucking interesting. We're gonna activate Silva and see if that actually works, because they might just be playing cards to try to prevent that type of shit. That's what I thought. And now you're gonna get one of these. Because I knew that they were gonna do that. A lot of the characters just run Bottomless Trap Hole and... See, I could run something like Harpy's Feather Duster alongside all this shit just to, like, clear out the board of cards. Because I feel like that's gonna be a bigger issue. Sit that down and just let that happen. Nah. So you activate Wabaku anyways? What an interesting fucking take. How many times are we gonna Oh my god, are we so fucking deadass right now? That card should be banned. What? Alright. Hold on a second. That should have been a banned card, like, for the AI. They can't be using Card Crusher Virus. That guy's cheating. I activated all cards, but that's insanely wacky. Now they don't have any cards. We'll keep this going for as long as it can be. But it might be a reset because of how shitty this game can be sometimes, man. Just sometimes these decks are just built with, like, garbage in mind. Where you're just like, Card Crushing Virus is such a literal card that got banned for an exact reason. Yeah, it's a reset. Card Crush, now that I know they have Card Crushing Virus, and I have to fight them. You're forced to. We need... And it's for 1 medal! You have Card Crushing Virus! You are literally cheating! You are literally cheating, with the AI is now cheating. By the way, if I was playing legitimately, he still have Card Crushing Virus, by the way. So, if that's any indication about how annoying it is to get 1 medal from people... I just want that to be fucking clear. Just how stupid that looks. We can't even OTK proper. I could do this. Try to get rid of this. We'll get rid of one of these because I can activate it to get a drawing effect. And then we can activate Mad King. And then attack directly for at least 1800 damage. But it's still not enough. Activate his effect. Send a monster to the graveyard, for example, Silva. Activate him. Now he's on the battlefield, can deal some damage. And that's basically it. Like, this guy has such awful, like, hand shit. Like, the fact that Card Crushing Virus is even a thing with the AI is actually just super wacky. Because that should not be, like, allowed at all. Like, I do mean it. And so now we just have to keep resetting. Even Dark World has to be reset this often. Because of, like, that type of shit. I just want that to be clear. Even Dark World can't deal with some of the shit garbage that they produce. And it literally took it to stop Card Crushing Virus. A literal card that the AI should not be running. Because at this stage of the game, Card Crushing Virus has been banned. So, to know that the characters are literally running that is really wacky. Because the ban list does not exist only for our character. And that's just so that we can actually start properly building cards and play the game, but the AI shouldn't be running that type of shit, but they are. And it makes it really annoying when I played this vanilla, knowing card-crushing virus is even a fucking thing. Because let me tell you, there's a reason that card got banned. Like, just removed. And it's due to the fact that it's a bad card. It's too strong at times, instantly causing severe downsides. The fuck even is this? Any monster that is normal summon, flip summon, or special summon must be changed to defense position. So that's a bad start because it's a fucking card. Back to square one. What the fuck does that do again? I gotta look at it. Discard one card from your hand and return a monster to the top of the owner's deck. He's gonna try to get rid of one of my high-level monsters and put it at the top of my deck, but that doesn't do nothing. Go ahead. I mean, do it. Back to square one. It goes right back to the top of my deck, but that does nothing because I'll just draw it, which is good for me. I have no choice but to special summon this creature. Do I heavy... Yeah, we're gonna heavy storm. It's okay to get rid of it. He activated Scapegoat as a quick effect. So he activates Scapegoat to stall. Yep, restart. Yeah, I hate stall. I hate stall. I hate every single game for 2 tokens is stall. Why did they think that this tournament was a good idea when you're stalling for so long? Restart because he started with chain energy. That's not a good start. Like, legitimately, that's a horrible start. Over and over again. If he keeps starting with chain energy, it's gonna keep getting worse. Nothing is gonna fucking end. Like, every single one of the opponent's plays are just... Look at it, it's just stall! He activated chain energy again. Instant restart. Not gonna happen. I might have to use the cheat to just kill everybody and win the duel automatically with some of these ones, because I do not want to keep playing against stall. Like, all these decks are stall-based. Like, the worst setup in history. Again, another stall. Reload. Stop stalling, or I'm gonna have to put the cheat in to instantly kill you, because I do not want to deal with it. Because, like, this is a really bad fucking deck, and I have to fight you. Even if I built the strongest deck in the world that prevented everything, it still would be annoying. Instant stall. I don't get to go first. I chose to go first, and I have to go last. Load. No, we're using the cheat. No, I'm done. No, we're done. No, we're done. I don't know. Like, in general, it's just not fucking worth it. It's just not fun. Like, why is every single enemy deck just designed with stall? Stall, chain energy, fucking everything. I'd have to run an entire deck that completely just sweeps them out of the rug, completely forcing them to not be able to play any cards. At this point, I might as well at least try my other deck that might come in handy a little bit better. But again, no one wants to deal with stall. Stop making stall decks. Why did this game have an obsession with stall decks? When you combine multiple fucking duelists that both use stall, you make the game grind to a death halt. A literal death halt. And I mean it. It's so annoying. It's just so fucking boring. The strategy is to prevent my enemy from fucking playing the game. That is the strategy, by the way. I have to stop them from using spell and trap cards. That is it. That is the only thing I can do, is to prevent them from doing either one of those. You have no fucking idea how stupid that this is. To the point that I have to reorganize my deck again and put Genzo in it, which might just brick my deck even further. For the sake of balancing around... I'm not it's the game's like, oh, you need to balance around your teammate. No, you gotta balance around every single random interval. You gotta build dicks for every class of fighter. And most of them are just stall. You just gotta prevent the stall from happening. Why? Why was it built this way? Why did they... Like, did they just think that that was, like, the best way to build a Yu-Gi-Oh game? Because it's not. If every enemy is just stalling for time... Instantly, by the way, he switched up his strategy. Now he has instant fucking spell fragrance. Do you see what I mean? He was spamming. I'm telling you, the AI cheat. Are we so dead ass? I had to switch my strategy, and then they switched their strategy on me so that I can't win. They literally designed this game like fucking ass cheeks. No matter what I do, I have to fucking constantly battle fucking idiocy. And I have to get lucky to get the cards I'm looking for, which I gotta reload anyways. This is so stupid. Like, the game wants you to lose a match, but you can't afford to lose a match because you need points. Even if it's just a single one, it's still really bad. So when we're out here doing this shit... Give me a moment. I'm very angry. I'm so annoyed. I build decks around actually being able to play the game, and the game just says, nah, let's just make your fucking life miserable. Let's just not let you play the fucking game. Let's just make you spend infinite amount of fucking time dealing with stupid fucking garbage. And this is not enough. I gotta reset again. This is not good enough. This will not solve the problem. I need to pull out the ability to remove their ability. I literally need 2 cards. Straight up. I need to be able to instantly, by the way, instantly pull my swordsman out of the ass. Instantly, before they have any chance to play the game. I have to literally shut them down turn 1. The turn I get an opportunity to do anything is the time I get to do stuff. And this isn't good enough. This is not good enough. It's a reset. Because the game doesn't want me to actually pull the cards that I need. It's constantly being annoying. I have to constantly reset because it's the only way. Keep in mind, he offered 1 medal. I think she said 4. Do you see what I mean? Instantly didn't get anything I needed, so now it's a reload. Again. Again. It's a reload. It instantly fucks you up. See, she says 4. You have to pick the right character to give you the right amount of medals. Are we so dead ass? This is so stupid. How many resets do I need before I'm actually able to play the game? How many do I need to do before I'm allowed to play the game? Like, how many? How many do I need? Huh? How many do I need to do before I'm actually able to play the fucking game? It's like so stupid. We've hit them for damage. Like, you see how stupid this is, right? Like, they're stalling and making us take damage. Oh, God. Literally, by the way, had to play Jinzo. Thank God he showed up. Thank you, Jinzo, my lord. Thank you for showing up. Stopped all their trap cards, because they were trap card heavy reliant. And their other reliance was dealing damage passively. Stall is what it was. It was stall again. Every single duel is stall. That's so fucking annoying. Like, why is it all stall? Not a single duelist actually has an interesting strategy. They're all the same. We stall as long as we can. It's the same deck 50 billion times. Just slightly different or slightly more annoying that isn't even faithful to the person that's using the deck. I just want that to be clear. It's not even faithful. Like, at all. And I think that's the fucking most annoying part. I have to run Harpy's Feather Duster to deal with half of these guys. which just, it's absolutely infuriating. This is why we're speeding through this. You really just use that? No. I feel like I want to reset just because of that. There's a high chance I'm going to reset almost instantly because, like, the game, at this point, losing just isn't good. Because you can't be losing. Because if you reset because you lost because the game wanted you to lose... So it's just constant spam, just trying to wait to see what goes on. What fucking died again? It's just like, I don't know how to feel about some of this shit, you know? Like, also, hello, LW, welcome in, welcome in. So, like, at this stage of the game, it really is just you forcibly having to win every duel, because if you don't, you're going to essentially... You're gonna lose medals. You have to ante up medals, and every loss that you have to go and do it again. So if you somehow manage to lose all your medals because the game just didn't treat you well, or whatever... No. They both just want one. Wow, that's fucking cringe, man. See, I wish I could just... I wish the game just gave you the option to set up how many medals you want to ante up. Dependent, and it shows you how many medals they have, so you can just instantly ante up. So if you want to ante up the max amount, right? I knew it. I knew it was some fucking bullshit. I knew it was that bullshit trap card. She'll use that. She'll use Premature Burial to bring back her monsters, increase its attack, summon another monster. Why? Why would you force my monsters to be get rid of like that? Now we gotta reset because of you. Alexis, you had a perfect gold opportunity to destroy that monster, preventing them from doing any of the things that they just did, and you didn't do any of that. This is why tag duels suck dick. Because you don't have control of the AI. They do whatever the fuck they want, and then they just get you killed. And that's the other half. You're no longer fighting 2 opponents, you're fighting 3. And that's the problem. You're fighting 3 fucking opponents. You are literally fighting 3 fucking opponents. And I think that's my biggest issue. Yeah, this is already a bad fucking state. Again. There's no winning that. They just automatically got every card they wanted in the entire fucking game, and we get to sit there and just deal with that? No. This is why no one likes, like, imagine losing and then having to come back, fight again, lose, fucking come back, over and over again, and they just have this insane setup. That's an equipped spell, is that not? That's Guilford. What? This card cannot be killed by the effect of a spell card. But you equipped it to Gilfried the Iron Knight. Any equip card in the game will be destroyed if it is equipped to him. And what is that? Are we fucking for real? No, I'm being real here. What? There is no way that I have to reset for Guilford the fucking Knight because you want to fucking cheat. How? What? That's not how his card works. Like, at all. I am shocked. That... I knew that was gonna happen. That's why I played that immediately, because I knew they were gonna do some bullshit, because I got a card. It's like, I have level up, I have a lot of cards. There is no fucking way that I'm gonna have this card set up, and they're not gonna try something fucking stupid. Like, I mean it. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Like, I kid you not. The levels of frustration that come from fighting these duels where you have to have the perfect hand or you auto lose. It's not like you have a chance to come back. If you get a bad hand in this stage of the game, it's literally game over. You can already predetermine how the duel is going to go based off of what your enemy gets and what you get. And for your reward for doing any of this, by the way, is such low medals that you have to fight everybody on the island. Everybody. Not a select amount of people that you get to choose, pick and choose who you want to go to. Everybody. You need every medal. At that point, why the fuck is there a tournament? Because if I kill everybody here, and I manage to kill everybody and win every medal in the game, does that not mean I got first place at that point? Why do I need 90 medals to contest? It should have been 50 medals to contest. You start with 10, you get 50. That gives you an entry fee. That's half of the people. That's halfway to what you need. The fuck do you fucking mean I need all these extra fucking medals? I just don't get it. I don't get it. At least he's pretty faithful to his fucking shit. Oh, he's actually using his Ancient Gear Golem shit. Well, that's an instant restart anyways. Might be. Wave motion cannon's not that severe, but... Actually, no, wait. I can do this. Summon this. Nope. Activate this. And now your spell counters have been deactivated. There might be a chance after all. Nope. Actually, it looks like this was actually not as unthought out as I thought. There we go. You're supposed to basically find as many people hiding around as possible, and then go and basically do this shit. And we still have several games after this. This is the first game, so it's really clunky, and, like, some of the rules are broken. Like, Guildford the Iron Knight, right? His whole thing is he cannot equip spell cards. He cannot have equipped spell cards active on him. At all. None. They will always destroy themselves. He will automatically be destroyed. So the fact that they summoned Guildford the Iron Knight, and then it equipped it to him, just kind of was a problem, because he has a really good sense of attack. 1800, right? I think it was 1800. So that's why he can't equip it, because he's already naturally strong. So the game didn't give him his destruction effect. For some reason, they didn't give him his destruction effect. Thus... And now we gotta watch out for cyber dragons, by the way. Cyber dragons are the next problem. Cyber dragons and roids. They're gonna basically power bond the fuck. So we gotta save state and reload this probably 1,000 times. Do keep in mind that Zane is also not that great as a partner either. He's got his new Mecha Dragon deck, which means that he's got his actual proper deck set up. Let's see. What is the best thing to do? I could summon Magician, or I can negate all traps right now, but I have Royal Oppression on the battlefield right now. And now you're deadlocked. Spell trap cards no longer a thing. They basically lock themselves into a single... A single fucking dead zone. I'm gonna use your monster to essentially keep doing this. Doesn't work that way, buddy. There's nothing they can do. They are now deadlocked. They are literally deadlocked. That's actually not that difficult. They're deadlocked. Ooh, he's got Cyberstein. I saw that. They can pay a lot of life points, because that's what they're trying to do. Not bad. I mean, that's the way to get rid of it, is the Cyber Jar, which I thought so. They're deadlocked until that happens, but... what I can do is the same thing. If I actually have my monster reborn, that wouldn't be that big a deal. You tribute one monster. Summon a monster. Oh, yep, nope, that's a restart. No, you're not getting a win. No. We're not gonna cheese that with the cyber fucking shit just because you want that fucking garbage. No, we're not doing that, Zane. No. No. And a terrible fucking hand, by the way, that we have to constantly fucking try to get out of, by the way. Yeah, no, restart again. Man. This is why I forgot why I stopped playing. I always skip the first one because, God, is it infuriating in this section of the game. Like, at this point, this is where it gets really annoying. We need to stop Zaid from basically playing the game. We did until fucking somebody decided to run into Cyberstein. And it's a restart until we get what we exactly need. Just gonna start fucking hitting F4 at this point. It's just not fucking worth it. We need to essentially keep pushing until we get exactly... We had the exact hand, but guess who fucked it up? This is not a hand we want. This was not the hand we wanted. This was not the hand we wanted. Nope. Restart again. Until we get the exact hand we fucking want. To end the game in one turn. Because we do not want to deal with this. Nope. I saw that hand. That was not a good hand. Try again. Try again. Try again. Try again. That was not a good hand. I saw that. It was not a good hand. Again. And this is how you play this game, by the way. This is how everybody plays this game. Try again. You're not starting off with a fusion. Nope. Again. Go again. The problem is that we aren't the first to start the duel. It's our partner, which makes no sense. We should be the one that introduced the fight at the start. And again, not a great hand. Restart. I swear to God, this is why Tag Force 1 is the most skippable of all of them. Because you are constantly restarting the game in hopes that you could... And by the way, I used to have to get out of the game on my PSP to basically do this. And that's with a ban list, by the way. That's with the ban list. So half the time you're spending is trying to get the right cards in your hand because you can't afford to have bad cards in your hand, even if things were to go right. When you see in this game, specifically this game only, the first game, if you see your hand bad and they start popping off even once, it's a restart. Because it's a guarantee that they won the duel. So every time you don't get a good hand, you lose. If you get a good hand, you win. That's how the game works. So when you get a bad hand, and you notice you get a bad hand, and you're like, oh, this is not a great hand at all. You go, well, I pulled every fucking top deck card I could possibly top. Bad hand. That means I was gonna lose that duel. So it's over and over and over again. The first game, no, it's not worth ever getting. Like the first game. The second game and on after are fine. And that's a restart again. I knew that they were going to do something. And that's a restart again because we had the perfect hand, but because they had the trap card and we didn't have ours. If I played Jinzo, though, it probably would have been fine, but I had to pick a specific one. Again, you're never going to know. You get the perfect hand, but you get the fucking worst setup. You have to, like I said, I have to deny them access to traps and spell cards, while also denying them access to any cards that can essentially evaporate anything we can do. Instant restart. Zane got literal damage off. You can't get damage off at the beginning either. This is why this game is awful. It's fun until you get to the tournament section, where the game just becomes so bad. And it's a restart because you already pulled something you should not be allowed to pull. To the point that people cheat. Like, literally just go, nope. Goodbye. So it's over and over and over and over again. The same thing over and over and over again. And this time we had our Monster Reborn in our hand, preventing bullshit. This might be an okay run. But I have a feeling Alexis is gonna fuck it up. Now that Jinzo's on the field, it's preventing them from doing things. She's unaffected by that. There. That is what I mean. That was the perfect setup. Because I had Monster Reborn, I knew that he was going to play Trap Hole. Whenever I get... If you notice, there's specific ways the AI have particular cards that are going to fuck you up. You have to pick the right card in every scenario. It's stupid. Right? So because I knew that I was going to play a card, I had 2 copies of it, so it would have been fine to lose one of them. It would have been fine to lose one. Not all of them. And that's kind of the issue why we're save scumming so often, is because there's just no point in, like, just doing anything. It's just, there's just no point in essentially, like, at some points of this game, you start to realize that if you don't pull the perfect hand, right, As you can see, it's not a very good hand. Now is it? It's not a very good, solid hand. But it might work because I have Royal Oppression on the field. Now he's gonna use Magical Mallet because he wants to try to do something. Forget what this is. Only activate when this card is declared an attack. Instead, your opponent takes battle damage that would have taken during the result. I mean, Duel Links was interesting at the time, sure. Yeah, I mean, I liked it as well when I played it. And that's what we have Goblin Attack Force. And you didn't even realize... Bro, put the whole Lava Golem strategy into play and still fucking lost. This is what I mean. Lava Golem is an extreme card. You should have gotten like 6 medals for even having to deal with Lava Golem. But no, you get so... This is why I say don't play the first game. I want to play because I want to go through all of the games and then have like a video talking about my experience with all of the different games. Because I like Yu-Gi-Oh! And I really like the Tag Force games. But fuck, I forget how bad the tag team part of the tournament is. Because instead of like a small amount of medals that makes sense for a tournament, you have to basically you have to go across the entire island, slowly but surely beating the shit out of your opponent, going to every single section in the school area, trying to find every opponent you can get your hands on. And then you do that over and over again until you get exactly 90 medals, which is the max amount of medals you can get in the game, and everybody antes the smallest amount of medals. Because they're too fucking afraid. So instead of being able to choose the ante, like half my medals, like you could be like, oh, 5 medals, at bare minimum, and then half your medals if you lose, and then, like, all my medals, and go for the big gamba. Because the only consequence to losing medals in this game, if you lose all your medals, is to basically do it again and retry again. It's not a game over or anything like that, it's just go again. That'll prevent them from fighting back, so I can keep her on the field. Let's see if that does anything. Alright. It's just, like, at some point it gets exhausting. Royal Oppression. Prevents the summoning of a monster. Pot of Greed. Alright, what we're gonna do here is we are going to take this monster and summon our Silent Swordsman level 5. Then we are going to activate the level up. Switch over. This will deactivate all spell cards in the game. And like I said, the only way to stop it is monster effects, which is why that other knight guy would have been a perfect example. Since there isn't really any way to really lock down, like, a monster's effect. Maybe, like, Solemn Judgment might be good, but by the time that I do that, if I already have Royal Oppression on the field, Solemn Judgment won't do anything. So, that's not great. So, everything has been deactivated. And there. See, sometimes my deck works perfectly fine, and then other times it sucks. Are the Divine Beasts in this game? They are, but you can't really use them in this game. They're there in the data files, but they're inaccessible. If I remember correctly, this first game, you don't even fight the Divine Beasts or have any information on the Divine Beast yet. This is the part, the first game takes place right after the tournament. We end up having to fight the Shadow Riders. If you remember the Shadow Riders. So, the Shadow Riders, after that, is... The second game is where we actually start focusing on that. After the defeat of the Shadow Riders, we take a bit of a break. And then go back to school stuff and do another tag team tournament-like thing. And then afterwards, it's fighting the whole bad guy stuff for that other thing. Hello, Rito. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm like bitching a little bit. Just because, like, not exactly the greatest of fan with, Right. Just fucking confiscate. Alright, nope, that's a restart. Nope, that's a restart. Nope, no confiscation. They're not even supposed to use that either. That's a banned card. Only I'm allowed to use these types of cards. They're not. No, wait, sorry. She gives you more medals. Talk to her. Hey, also, did you know that you have to talk to specific characters? They'll give you more medals versus other characters? Yeah, if you don't know, sometimes they'll both give you the same one, but if you don't know, they might give you different medals. It's stupid. I hate it. Also, the game tends to cheese and cheat its way to victory. The dueling half of this game, like for tag partner stuff, is pretty bad. Like, what did you just get rid of? A fucking pot of greed? Okay, fine. Not like I give a shit in the first place, but it's still really bad setup here. We might win this one. That's a huge maybe. I know exactly what he's doing. She's not even supposed to have that card. That's actually that's a legitimate banned card, by the way. Confiscation was banned years ago. For like a goddamn good reason, too. Your card is mine. We were able to win that. been feeling that way as well. Partnering with Jaden sometimes feels frustrating because he keeps trying to summon Neos or Neos Fusion without Neo Space. Yeah, they'll do whatever it takes. The AI aren't programmed with understanding your deck. That's why, if you ever look up a walkthrough, they tell you, like, you know, hey, build your deck around them. Don't do that. Don't build your deck around them. Rely on you. You're not playing against 2 people. You're playing against 3. At least in the first game, you're playing against 3 people. Because your AI can also fuck you up. They'll end up using your cards because, you know, that's kind of the point. And then they'll use your cards wrong. Because the AI will only see, like, oh, I can attack this guy, so I should do that. And so they do, and then they die. Although, a great example is, if you have Alexis in your party, right, like I do, don't use continuous spell cards. She plays a monster that, when summoned, will destroy all active spell cards on the field. So if you use something like Future Fusion, for example, you'll blow up. She'll blow up your monster. If you got a monster that's basically keeping your entire team alive, and she decides she wants to summon her 2300 fucking beat stick, her ace monster, essentially, which is really annoying, she'll blow it up. If you use Future Fusion, for example. You have, like, an oppressive field on the thing, she'll use it wrong. Your partners in this game can be very annoying. What's your favorite gun? I really don't know. I like Albus the Tormentor a lot. Always been pretty fun. Though I did like Yugi's, like, Slifer the Sky Dragon because he was very, I like dragons, that's why. And a god dragon sounds pretty dope. Do you choose your partner? Well, yeah. I mean, you have to go around talking with these people, duel with them, hand them food, like... And throughout multiple days of the month, you have literally, like, several months in game to basically befriend somebody that basically asks you to join them for the tag team tournament. It's probably just a dinosaur. Like, I don't believe anybody when they say that they find some mythological creature we made the fuck up. Dragons aren't real. We found a dinosaur. It's 100% a dinosaur. Dinosaurs used to fly, you know? Like dragons. They're mythological. I fucking doubt China found a dragon. I know them. I know the people out there. You can't lie to me. It's a fucking dinosaur. Bro, people lied about fucking mermaids, man. Creating the Fiji mermaid, remember that thing? That ugly thing that they made? That was just a half of a monkey and half of a fish. That they sewed together. Using taxidermy. And then called it a mermaid. You think I believe fucking anybody about that shit? We should never believe people at face value. We literally made dragons up. Dragons are based around dinosaurs. They're supposed to be a mythological version of dinosaurs, like these ancient, cool things. They're not real. Never were. Just like how the Greek gods aren't real. They were there to explain things that they couldn't explain. Because they had no understanding of the world. You know? Or definitely Cryptid's World. Maybe. Yet to be seen, so, I mean, I'll wait for it to be seen first. You know? Because if it happens, it happens. It's like, oh shit, the Loch Ness Monster is real, even though we do have evidence that it was just faked. So I always find that funny. It's like, we get the evidence, like, no, but it could be real. Even the guy directly tells us, like, there could be cryptids out there, could be Mothman. I hope so, that would be fucking hilarious. Hold on to Harpy's Feather Duster for now. Interesting, he uses battle traps. Battle traps plus ship equal... Don't give me a fucking heart attack game. There we go. There we go. See, I wish I didn't have to do this, though. You know, I have to, like, save scum, essentially. But at this point, losing any medals is a pain in the ass. You need to earn medals. You know? We don't want to lose medals. We just want to earn medals. And if we keep losing medals, it's just not going to be a great look. Because then we have to spend even more unnecessary fucking time doing the same thing again and again. And then, like, we're just basically doing the same thing 40 separate times, hoping to God that we don't get, like, some annoying back play that's gonna make us waste even more time. You know, like, I have to get rid of back row. They keep, like, trying to survive off of, like, you know... They're trying to survive off of, like... You know, stall carts. Because, like, as you can see, every single character we fought thus far has been stalling. It's not good. You ever wonder why, like, certain, like, games are remembered fondly in Tag Force? People talk about Tag Force 2, Tag Force 3 specifically. You know, Tag Force 4 and 5, no one talks about Tag Force 1. This is why. Because the entire team here, the entire team built this specific game with this exact thing, right? I'm so glad Alexis at least killed something, but she costed me cards, man. We have 76 medals. You know, it's not great. What's the bad? That's really to be deciphered, but we could all agree that Tag Force 1 sucks. There are 5, there's more like 6 total games. Technically, there's 6. With one of them never releasing to America. Well, to the wider world. Well, normally we stream around like 6:30, and depending on the game, we'll play for a lot longer, like 6:30 PST. Sometimes I'll start earlier on weekends. Like, I also do weekend streams sometimes. So, dependent. We play all sorts of games, it's not just Yu-Gi-Oh!, but we're trying to get through Yu-Gi-Oh! First. Like, get some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, because I still have to finish Dead Island 2, we gotta get back to God Eater, or hopefully start God Eater on stream. Kingdom Hearts, Chains of Memory, or Rechains of Memory specifically. I'm stalling playing that game, because I'm just not having a good time with that, but I gotta finish. I gotta finish what I started. I'm almost done. Of course those two would be together. So yeah, probably around like 6:30 PST, through Monday through Friday. And then we go for as long as we can. You really want to go for... What the fuck is this? Each player selects one card from his or her hand, looks at the level of the card the card with more levels returns to the hand of the player who selected it, and the player who selected the card with fewer levels takes 1,000 points. Wait, what? Huh? It's one card, his or her hand, the level is selected, the levels to the hand of the player who selects it, they put it back. So you want me to pick a high number card and ante up. Restart, because we're not doing that. We are not doing ante. We're not doing garbage. Yeah, I can't. I have to apply for, like, fucking, I have to apply for... What's it called? I fucking knew you had some bullshit fucking card. Fuck you on polymerization. It's quite a thing. Not yet. It's not that big a deal to deal with that. Well, would you fucking look at that, baby? I said if I got my monster reborn, I got it. Power move. Heart of the fucking cards. Go fuck yourself. Apparently. Heart of the fucking cards, I guess. No. I think the fuck not, you trick-ass bitch. Let's see. 1900 or more attack, huh? I just have to wait for a Raigeki, I guess. I mean, I could try. So she's gonna stall for time with that. I just gotta wait for Raigeki, really. Oh, well, never mind. You just screwed yourself. You had the best out to slowly build up your arsenal. You had the best out. Obnoxious Celtic Guardian requires you to make sure that the monster is weak enough. And then you decide to tribute it. For what? I mean, I had to stall for multiple turns at that point to get a right Geki. You see what I mean by the AI making no fucking sense? They make the girl skirts so small and GX. They're actually not that small. They seem small because they have really long legs. See, they just have really, really fucking long legs. Just in case again. Alright, just want to make sure I did it correctly. And these guys are such fucking cheapskates. Why must we duel for every time you make it so it's a small ante, man? Stupid ass, trick ass bitch. Well, thanks for putting my monster back in my fucking hand. Oh, put it in somebody else's fucking hand. It should go back to my hand, not her hand. That's not how the rules work. What is this game? Also, this game was poorly programmed, by the way. This is why no one talks about the first game, because it was badly programmed, because it was rushed. So, if you're ever fucking curious about that, that's the reason. It was extremely rushed. And I do mean extremely rushed. There are Gilfried the Iron Knight, you know, the guy who has the ability to do equip spells. You know, he can't put them on because they'll instantly be destroyed because of his lore, right? Because he puts an armor that suppresses his power. You know, that guy. He can't equip any of that shit. He can equip shit in this game. He can actually equip shit. Which makes no sense. Alexis, I need you to fucking start reading. Read. Read, bitch. Read. The cards. You literally made this duel drag on. It should not have to drag on this long. You keep taking my cards. How else am I supposed to play the game if you keep fucking up? And now it's a restart because you keep fucking around. Jesus Christ. If you know that they're gonna do something stupid, like fucking send the card back to your hand, then why not fucking stop them from doing that? I don't understand what your fucking problem is. It's so fucking annoying that you keep doing this. Every time she does something, it gets annoying. Because all she has to do is not do any of those things. Like, none of those things, by the way. And we'd be fucking golden. But no. No. She's gotta be a fucking dumb bitch about it. And instantly fuck our shit up. Cause she's so fucking annoying. This card does not belong to me. By the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I should not be holding her card. It must return to the person's hand. It must return to the original user's hand. That is the rules. This is what I mean. I hate this. I hate this. And it's only because I'm in the tournament arc. The tournament arc sucks. It's garbage. It's so fucking annoying. It's garbage, it's stupid, and it's dumb. I'm going to MST your bullshit. I hate how it's always on my shit. So you can see their whole thing is about sending cards back to the hand, but because the game doesn't follow the traditional rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! When it should... Only game to do this, by the way. Only game to do this. I have to wait for the perfect hand. While she keeps sending cards the wrong way. Because she's gotta keep fucking annoying the shit out of me, dog. I'm just like, why? You see what I mean? It's this whole fucking song and dance of repeat, re-fucking rinse. Now I gotta throw her cards back into the field, and my cards back into the field. Because they have this whole setup. It's stall. Every duel is stall. Every duel is stall! Every duel is stall! Every single one of them is stall! And I mean this with the nicest of intentions. Like I do. I mean this with the nicest of intentions. Gilfrey the Iron Knight specifically destroys any card he is equipped with. That's what I just said. Like, that's what I mean. Like, in particular... So, when you summon Gilfried the Iron Knight, right? And you put him in attack mode. If you try to equip him with, like, sword, like the legendary sword, for example, which will increase his attack power by, like, 300 attack power, it'll be destroyed. It won't equip to him. It'll automatically be destroyed and sent to the grave. That's the whole purpose of the card, right? He's a powerful monster with 1800 attack, but at the cost of being unable to have equip spells attached to him, which can also come in handy if ever something tried to equip to him to debuff him, like Paralyzing Potion, for example. So instead, it just, all cards on the field, whether they're positive or negative, if they're an equip spell, will automatically be destroyed. That's the point of Gilfried. But in this game, they didn't program that, so instead, they just... You can just equip anything to... I could equip literally Mage Power and United We Stand on him, because it doesn't affect... It doesn't go away. Because there's a card that basically... The one that was equipped in him when I fought him... The card states that it is it cannot be destroyed by spell cards. Nothing about monster effects. And Gilfried the Iron Knight is a monster effect, meaning that the card would be fundamentally useless. That is the point. So it would be, boom, gone, forever. Instead, that didn't fucking happen. And he equipped it and got a power, and his attack went up to 2600. So yeah, when I say this game was rushed into oblivion, I do mean that. It was rushed. Horribly rushed. Because so many of the effects in the game do not function the way that they should. And so half the time you're struggling to fight in these duels. Because once the tag tournament actually fucking starts, it's the worst thing in the world. Because you have to battle against 3 different AI. Not just 1. Not 2, 3. Because your own teammate can easily... And I do mean easily. It can easily be affected by these types of effects. It just becomes like a point where, like, things that should work don't work, and the things that shouldn't work do work. And you get really confused really fast. Because you're like, how did this happen? They are now with 100 life points. Alexis should potentially be able to solve some issues here. And there you go. Good job, Alexis. We're getting there. As you can see, we're almost done. We're almost done. Also, hello, Rufus. I love this game. I love the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise, but I will say that this is my least favorite one because it does feel dated. Because it really feels like because the way the game works in this isn't actually down to your Yu-Gi-Oh skills, like your deck building. It boils down to your ability to understand if the duel is already lost or not, because you basically lose the duel, like, right there. See that? Instant restart. That in itself is a death sentence. You might survive that if you... Maybe. The game might let you survive that, but there's just no point if they instantly do something that basically breaks your board in 2 seconds. You can't afford to have your board broken. And because it's Lady DD Warrior, it's a restart because they'll banish the card. So we can't have that either. Restart, because I saw you say 1, and that is not what we're anting up. I fucking refuse. What? You see how, like, one guy literally is like, let's just do 1. I don't know if you saw that, but that's not great. So you want to get your polymerization back, don't you? Alright. Goblin attack force. Fine. We'll do that, so that way you can get that. They're just trying to ante up life and shit like that, like usual. Already a restart. Alexis just blew my fucking card away. When she didn't have to do any of that. She sacrificed my card because she couldn't fucking just stop. The AI must complete a full run. They have to hit shit. It's stupid. It's poorly programmed. Because at this stage of the game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was still kinda new. There wasn't a whole lot going on. So it's a constant battle of... It's just a constant battle. It's like it's a literal constant battle of trying to get through. Also, I want to keep in mind that we should have won that duel right there. Right then and there, by the way. That should have been ours. You want to know why it should have been ours? Because all she had to fucking do was activate the effect of my guy. Because it was being targeted. Because the AI doesn't know how to use my cards. And now it's not in my graveyard, it's in her graveyard. So now I can't even get my monster back. By the way, so if I use Monster Reborn and it gets killed during her turn, it's a restart. Do you see how bad? You're not fighting against you're not just fighting against 2 players. You are fighting against multiple players. 3, all at one time. This is why this game is so bad, is because it literally just breaks every conventional Yu-Gi-Oh! Rule possible just to make the game slightly more difficult. For no reason. For no reason. For no reason. There is no reason why she shouldn't understand how to use a Fusion Monster's effect. It should be denied. But it didn't get denied. You want to know why it didn't get denied? Because go fuck yourself. That's why. And that's the part that just blows my mind. It's like they didn't program the AI using your card, so why build a tag duel system if you don't have access to cards? If the AI doesn't know how to use your cards, they're not going to use them properly. That's just how it is. Oh, right. Forgot about that. Always forget. Now it's in my hand. I could have finished that off if I just did that properly. And now we gotta try to... Now it's just another wasted amount of time. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the amount of wasted time. Like, are we fucking joking here? Literally, she costed us the duel again because she makes poor decisions. She just goes for it and not think about it. And then it gets us killed. Or it costs us time. But thank God, she was able to... She didn't even need to do that. She could have just attacked. But no, she has to do these weird-ass combos. That is what I'm talking about. I don't like that combination right there. She uses the silent cards as well, so we gotta be careful about her. It's just so annoying to build an entire deck only. Alright, let's go back real quick. She wants to do 2. See, this is what you have to do. You gotta figure out which one of these 2 offers the most amount of medals. I didn't say you. I said the other dork. The other guy sitting right there. So she gives the most medals. And that's what we want. So we want to talk to Blair. That's already a horrible hand, by the way. If I don't draw into something useful in the next turn... it just gets to a point where you sit there and you try so hard to... Like, sometimes your duels are so piss-ass easy. Like this one. Like, this duel was so easy that it's worth those 2 points, by the way. Because it was so easy. But at the same time, you're struggling to, like, maintain yourself. And we're almost done. Through all the struggles, several hours have passed, by the way, just to get all these medals. And that's multiple restarts. Instead of losing medals. Which would have made the fucking grind even longer, by the way. I think that's the problem I have with, like... with this shit in general is that the tournament part of this game is like the thing you're winding up to, right? You're winding up to this massive tag team tournament that's in the name of the game, and it's like the worst part of the game because occasionally you do tag duels, and you when you do the tag duels as practice, right, to get used to the combat system of it, that's when you notice the problems. You're like, oh shit, this is gonna suck. And then when you finally have to do only tag battles, you're like, shit, this is ass. And you just sit there, you're like, ah, fuck me, man. And then afterwards, I'm pretty sure once the tag battle's over, we're going against the Shadow Dudes. It's just you versus Shadow Dudes. I'm pretty sure. We need more medals, so we need to find as many people as we can. Oh, great, these guys. And these guys. So it's all about just trying as hard as we can to just ante the fuck up. Save those for later. Don't need to just automatically burst into that. It's like, again, at some point, always gotta attack my monsters that I need. Wasting my damn time. Because, like, every chance at a duel ends into being, like, quite the fucking problem. Did you get a power? No, you don't get a power bonus for that. Only you. Alexis, I need you to actually think before you just start wailing on enemies. You are going to get us fucking killed because I am now drawing into only the wrong card. Thank you, game. Thank you so much for wasting my fucking time at drawing only spell cards, which the odds of that are low as shit. Thank you for wasting my fucking time. Get the fuck out of my way. I care the fuck not. Like, Alexis, like I said, you also fight against the AI. Your teammate can get you fucking killed. See, you see how, like, it should have been Alexis's card? Because it's Alexis's card, it should have been either... The rule of that should have been either of us can do what we want with that fucking system. Instead, that's not how it fucking works anymore. And instead... Now I have to pull out the card. Instead of giving it to Alexis and passing it over to her, for example, we have to wait. Alexis, why did you wait to play a card till after? Why did you wait till after to play a fucking card? Give me that. We're not doing the mystical faith fucking thing. Instead of destroying the monster card, it's yet sent backwards. That's 90. That is 90 medals. It's exactly the amount we need. Okay, please, fuck off. Stop that. I hate that new system. That's not really that new, but still. I hate the thing where if you scroll up too much, it does that weird window thing that squishes everything together, and at one side, you can pick what you want. No, fuck off. I need 90 medals. I've got them. You also need to make your way to the top and beat everyone in the finals. So, this is where this part finishes, and I swear to God, here we the fuck go. We have 90 medals. Talk. This is a special final area. To enter the final league, you'll need 60 GX medals. Ah, you've collected 60 GX medals. I grant you entry to the final league. The final league begins tomorrow, so come back here tomorrow. At last, it's the finals. Now, let's go. Right. God, just imagine just playing an Exodia deck at the final stage. Just win every single one with just the Exodia deck alone. Honestly, that could be a challenge for every single one of these games, is to try to do an Exodia deck and try to win with only Exodia. I feel like that'd be a pain in the ass due to how many fucking people use Sakura, like, Sakurugu's Sukupuku armor and shit like that and all that other shit. So keeping an impenetrable wall would basically be quite the Herculean task, you know? Not in this game. There's not enough cards. Back in the day, there was not a lot of, like, Exodia support that we have today. We don't have easy spellcasting search cards. You're literally drawing into it. You are trying to dump as many cards in your hand to get Exodia as fast as you can, while also stalling your enemy from basically doing anything. But this is the area, like, Sakuritsu armor was around, you know? We are the Paradox Brothers. We are mercenaries, gods like no other. We were invited as special guests for the tournament. Because when it comes to tag duels, no one is better than the Paradox Brothers. Watch and learn. You two, although, wipe the floor with you. The what? You only get 3 copies of Swords of Revealing Light, and all they have to do is use Heavy Storm, which is still accessible in this game. You gotta remember, a lot of back row cards still exist here that are actually super useful. Heavy Storm is spammed like nobody's business. MST is a very common card. So all they gotta do is just play one MST, and that Sword of Revealing Light is gone, and they can directly attack you again. And then, after that, they can then do it again, and again, and again, and again. And if you're trying to play something like, you know, a card like Safe Return and things like that, you could essentially screw yourself. Okay. We're reloading that. No, we're not playing that. I saw that only fucking card spam. No, thank you. No, thank you. Give me a hand I can use, you fucking Muppet. Give me a hand I could use, and this is the reason why we have to save Scub. Because the game loves to cheat at this point, for sure. 100%. The point is that stalling in this game is fundamentally almost impossible if done incorrectly. And I do mean that. If done incorrectly, could screw you over. Speaking of Swords of Revealing Light, I do have it. We have a lot of traps. I love how she just loves spamming her trap cards onto the ground. Especially because once she spams these on the ground, they become basically fundamentally useless with no way to return them. Switching to attack position. Don't want to just sacrifice her because she's actually being useful. Oh, my brain was not thinking about that. I was like, wait, that doesn't seem right. I keep forgetting that the Suijin cards don't work the way that they're supposed to. They don't work as intended. They're not working like they're only supposed to drop your monster to 0. That's it. They're not supposed to do anything else. Drop you to 0 ends the battle phase. And that's a force reset again. Because this game is garbage and it pisses me off now. It's just becoming a pain in my ass. It's no longer fun when it's a tag duel. It's great when it's by itself. But when it's a tag duel, it pisses you the fuck off so badly, you would rather fucking stab yourself in the eye with your own piss that's frozen in a very particular shape that's like a knife. Because you'd rather do that than anything else. Have some of these, so I can draw another card. Do you mind if I take this real quickly? Keep in mind that Suijin can choose to attack if he wants to, so essentially the entire thing is preventing the Suijin and whatnot to being fucking done. Restart, you're not doing that. Fuck off. I don't give a fuck. No. No snatch steal. None of that. Because I'm not drawing the cards I need. Restart. Did not draw the cards I need. Do it again. We're gonna keep doing this all night. I'm not gonna stop streaming until this shit's done, and you are going to fucking do your damn fucking job. I'm sick and tired of dealing with this fucking shitty hand shit that the game tries to do to make you lose. Because the game doesn't like to play fucking fair. It hates playing fair. Because if you get too strong, then the game gets really fucking mad about it. I have enough to... I could do the fusion if I just... Fuck it, I'll activate the effect. Do this. Put in defense position, I guess. I don't know. So you just stopped that, but now you're not getting your card, so you're not doing that. You wasted your card. And it's a restart anyways, because it's not even a good setup because of fucking Magic Jammer just being annoying as shit as usual. Making every run restarted, because it's all we as Yu-Gi-Oh! Players do is restart this game. Because if you get a single bad run, it's a guaranteed loss. Which is super fucking annoying. Oh wow, let's just Harpy's Feather Duster. And then Raigeki. And then do this. And then see if this does anything more. See, I'm trying to get my Silent Swordsman, but he's just not coming out. He refuses to come the fuck out. Restart again, because the game really doesn't want me to win this duel for some reason. It's the final duel. You'd think it would play fair, but no, it tries to cheat you every fucking time. It's like over and over and over again, it just cheats you. And every time you have to wait 2 people before you get a turn. It should start with you, not with your AI partner. You. Start with you. You. You start. You. You, the player. You get to start. That's how it should work. But no. And then it goes to this guy. I'm literally the last in the rotation. Why is the player the last in the rotation, by the way? Raigeki. Summon this thing. Then, level up card. Do this. Activate this. Hope to God that works. Because now all spell cards are out of the game. Boom. Done. That was the first of the entire tower, by the way. And there's still one more part after this. What? Not once, but twice. I just want to keep this clear. You have to go through this entire tower. So you have to constantly duel, and it's a gauntlet. I can't afford to lose. He gets it anyways. Let's see how this goes. You ever just wonder how your brain feels in these moments? Thank you for baiting out a heavy storm, because this was the era where heavy storm was incredibly fucking common. Good for you. Does it really matter? Because I'll restart it if it doesn't work out. That's how it is. This is so fucking stupid. You know what's worse is that the cards should directly go to... Yeah, this is a forced reset anyways. Even if I used Raigeki, it wouldn't solve the problem because he auto-summoned one of his strongest boss monster with no way for us to counter it. So, there's no point. There's no point. And she's already started with a fucking awful hand. And I bet I started with an awful hand because I don't get to see my hand! Until it's my turn! I swear to God, she's gonna do something so damn stupid. Okay, she didn't do something stupid, thank God. I kind of just want to get this specific game, like, over with, because I really want to play the second game, because that's where there's a lot of good cards. The first game actually doesn't have a full card pool. It doesn't have all the cards. There are a crap ton of cards missing. Because they didn't have time to get all the cards active at the time. So it's about getting all the way to the top of the tower. And this is, like, one of the way harder duels. Hey, hey. And they lost the duel because of power bond. Do you know how ironic it is for the guy who told his brother he can't use power bond because he doesn't know how to use it? Goes for it, sees two face-down cards that might be Sakuretsu armor, and goes and puts down a future fusion for another fucking powerful monster. Infuses another monster. Instead of using that bigger monster to defeat my bigger monster, he puts it on his tiny monster to go for the tiny monster. It gets destroyed, then activates the power bond's bag extra problem upon the end phase happening. Even if he managed to deal enough damage to to hit that thing, it wouldn't have OTK'd us. Why? How did this happen? I made no mistake. You made a mistake by using Power Bond on a creature that didn't need to use Power Bond. Used Power Bond on the wrong monster, didn't wait to see if there was any back row that could have destroyed your monster. And then you lost because of the back row problem. We lost. Sorry, Zane, it's my fault. That's enough, Cyrus. We duel well. Zane, I know you'll be a fine on your own after I graduate. Huh? Let's go, Cyrus. Hey, wait up! See, here's the thing, right? Why the fuck did he do that? Oh, you defeated all the duelists, so... Therefore, you're in the finals. Now, you may go on ahead. And of course it was these two. Time to duel. Oh! So my opponent is in the finals is you, Magnus. You call this the finals? All I see is a bunch of slackers. I don't think so. I'm all psyched up. Yeah, and a loser like you would be. Let's get started. You ready? Get your game on, Princeton! It's Mr. Princeton to you. Stop doing that. And let's see how long this takes. Oh my god, she fucking bricked. Oh, Thunder Giant. Solemn Judgment. Yeah. 800. I don't... Nah, we gotta restart. There's no way that with this current hand, because the Thunder Giant automatically being put on the field, it's just... There's no way that that's possible. That was a straight-up purposeful loss. That was literally just trying to get us to lose. That Thunder Giant was an instantaneous just... Especially because she bricked her hand. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Yeah, that was just a cheap shot. They literally cheap shotted us there. Fine, let's just see how this goes. Alexis, why didn't you use the fucking card I had on the battlefield? Why on earth did you not... use a royal oppression? We have royal oppression that could have stopped the card immediately. And it wouldn't have done any damage. You would have still had a high-powered monster on the battlefield. That's what I mean, right there. Sometimes the game just really doesn't know how to handle itself. Wow! Nice duel! Whatever. Oh man, I lost! But I still had fun, and that's what counts. I didn't. What's up, Teach? As my sources told me, they've come. Hi, Magnus. Your face is sudden, and we're facing a sudden and terrible situation. A crisis that requires the skill of champions. I need your help. I'll also call on the others. I'll explain everything when they arrive. Oh, I almost forgot. Congratulations on your victory. You won the Tag Force Tournament duel. Part 2 is complete, and you'll return to the title screen. In the main menu, if you select Story Mode, start from Part 3 has been added. If you select it, well, you should find out for yourself. Warning, you'll be asked to save for finishing Part 2. If you don't save, then your data won't be saved. And you'll revert back to your previous save point. Also, yeah, that's how this works. Like, why does it look like I'm making out with her? The fuck? And there it is. That's part 2 done. I'm wondering if I should change out the Silent Magician with Horus? Because neither Horus nor, Silent Magician level 7 would have any issues with each other. They'd actually play very well together, so I might try that. But now we have part 3, so this is the final part of the thing. So we could start that, tomorrow. Because it's 1 a.m. Well, technically, that is tomorrow. But you know what I mean. Next time. I also just kind of need a break because, God, I always forget part 2 is my least favorite part. Just because it is just an infuriating mess of dueling. In that tag tournament style, just ugh. But for now, Tiki-Talk, you guys go first. Thank you so much for popping in. I hope you enjoyed. Apologies for getting so pissy all the time. I was super like... But, thank you so much for popping in. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Technically. It's today. Today, tomorrow. Tomorrow don't start till I go to bed. So, you know. Beep boop boop. Okay. And now it's your guys' time. I still recommend you try playing this game, but if you watch the anime, you can actually skip this entire section unless you want to play it. My recommendation is just understand that the second stage, don't be afraid to, like, save scum like I do. Because, again, most players are going to reload their save anyways. Because losing that duel is just basically restarting anyway, so why not just go ahead and restart? Because the metal section of the game is quite infuriating to get through, because if you lose any of those duels, you lose, like, a single metal shore, or 2, 5, maybe, and it'll be set back. But the problem is, it just takes a really long time, and it can be very boring to just sit through the same duel again, just trying to farm a bunch of opponents for very low resources, dragging on. So just don't be afraid to save scum. Build a deck. Just know that your AI partner is absolutely going to be a bitch and try to fucking sabotage you at every turn. So just be prepared for that. Make the deck that you think will run very well in these duels. Don't be afraid to experiment. Build a deck you're confident in, and then just run it. Just go for it. But for now... it is time to go.